Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5ers live trading room. It is Tuesday, December the 9th, and the market is not doing much, is it? Not doing much. Well, it's doing something. I mean, it's moving, but it's not really moving a lot, is it? Because we do have, I believe, is it tomorrow? Tomorrow we got the Fed interest rates decision. Are they going to cut? Yes, most likely they're going to cut. How much are they going to cut? Oh, I don't know. Who cares? I care. 25 basis points, I think. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Hope you're doing fine today. Welcome everyone to today's live trading show. We got gold. Someone screaming gold. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to take a look at gold today. We are going to take yeah, gold. So let's do a quick poll here. You can just go into the comments here and comment. So what do you guys want me to look at first? Do you want me to look at gold or your USD? Just quick. I'll give you give 1 minute. No, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Gold or USD? The one with the most comments, I'll take a look at here today. Also, guys, let me know if there's anything you're watching today, any setups that you're watching, and let me know how the sound is in today's live stream. I am having some issues with the background noise in the microphone. My computer is very loud. I installed a new graphic card, and it's like a small nuclear reaction in there. It sounds quite a lot. Right, so we got gold is 2, gold is 3. Euro USD is 2, gold is 4. Okay, let's go. Let's take a look at gold, and then we're gonna, right after gold, we're gonna take a look at Euro USD. So this is the trade that I am currently in on gold right now. We're gonna do a top-down analysis like I like to do. We are not going to take a look at the weekly because the weekly, to save you some time, this is the weekly. Yep, it's a straight arrow to the upside. Let's take a look at the daily then. What can we see on the daily? By the way, cool thing. I've just got quoted in Forbes today, which is pretty cool, or yesterday. Forbes magazine. You all know Forbes, and I was quoted in there, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. First time. It's a big thing for me. Anyway, so I have been long on gold here since the end of last month, and it's looking good so far. We are finding a compression, sort of a compression range right here. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to just hide the long tool right here, and I'm going to go in and I'm just going to right click here and rename this to swing long right there, so I can just remove that. And then you know what I can do? I can probably take this fib. If you guys are using TradingView, I definitely think you should utilize the where you can categorize different drawing tools in TradingView, especially useful if you're a swing trader, because if you're a swing trader, you're going to have your analysis on the chart and you're going to have all your setups on the chart, and it's going to be the same analysis for maybe a couple of weeks. So it's good to save them in a folder so you can kind of switch them on and off if you need to analyze something different. So I'm just going to create a group of drawing here, and I'm going to rename this to swing long, and then everything in here I can just flip it off like this. Flip it off. That's not what I wanted to say. You can turn it off. Okay, let's remove that horizontal level. We got the fib levels right here. I think we can also group together this one as a potential symmetrical triangle. Did I spell that wrong? I don't care. Symmetrical triangle, great. Let's remove that one. So now we have a bit of a cleaner chart. I'm going to move that horizontal ray down to the swing long as well. And this we can rename possible accumulation range. Just so we get some structure in our analysis here. What's up, Abdullah? Welcome to the show. Why not both? Well, I can't really analyze both at the same time, but I can definitely start by looking at gold, and then we'll go into EUR USD. By the way, guys, make sure that you do hit that like for today's live stream. Let's get the like numbers up so we can make sure to get some more people in here, and also hit that subscribe so that we can get that subscriber numbers up and hopefully hit that 100K. So I'm going to keep reminding you guys throughout the live stream here today to hit that like. It's very important for me. It is very important for me. Okay, so we have higher highs and higher lows on the local structure for gold right here. We do have this high here, of course, and of course everything that is below this one is lower highs compared to that one. So if you look at the weekly, we do have a lower high here on the weekly, but is it a swing point? No, it's not really a swing point yet, and it's definitely not a swing point on the daily. It might be, well, it is. It might be a low, a higher high swing point here on the daily. So looking at gold here, the trajectory is definitely to the upside on the daily, and we're going to connect these lows right here, forms a little bit of a trend line here. And then what we can do is we can add some fibs from that low to that high, and we might also extend some of the fibs here. Maybe add some fibs. Do I have a template where we can just add all the important fibs? Let's create a new fib tool. Let's create some new templates here, because I want the 0.236 and the 0.382 as well. Those are important fib levels. So let's just go in here, and we're going to be adding the 0.236, and then we will be adding the 0.382. Perfect. Now we have, in my opinion, all the important fib levels. We have the Fibonacci retracement levels and the Fibonacci extension levels right here. So the Fibonacci retracement levels, those are the ones starting with a 0, and then of course the -0 are the same fib but extending them to the upside basically. Where do we have this one right here? Let's make it that color is good. Let's go with that one. Right, so what's happening right now with price? Price came down on the daily, hit that 0.382. The 0.382 is also a low time frame level right here. It's trying to get a direction on the daily here before we move on into the lower time frames here to see if we can find some type of direction. So the first thing I want to ask myself when I'm doing this top-down analysis, especially on this chart right here, is where are we? We have to think forward, right? As technical analysts, we will look backwards, and then based on what we see from the historic price action, we look forward. We're going to put ourselves in the shoes of a weather forecaster, and we'll look back and we see all these cloud formations and rain, and then we'll look at the current cloud formations and rain, and we think, where are these rain clouds going to go in the next couple of days, so we can update all the weather apps, etc., for people that want to know, is it going to be sun or raining tomorrow? And then, of course, you wake up and you're like, oh, it's going to be sun, and then it starts raining. Well, that it's the same thing in technical analysis and trading. You don't know. Like, you don't know. You can't get stopped out. You step out the house. It's, sunny, bright, wonderful day. And then it starts hailing, like big tennis ball size hails. And it's just pouring down. Well, that's your stop loss getting hit in real life, because someone who's supposed to be an expert weather analysis was just using ChatGPT for his analysis. So we got to ask ourselves, where are we currently in the move, in the trend? Where are we currently? Well, I think we're currently at a local high. Why? Well, because we got a low, we got a high, we got a low, we got a high. Simple. We are right now printing the swing point that is in the local structure, the local high. So where do I think the most likely trajectory for gold is today? Well, today it's going to be very difficult. I don't think today's price action is going to move below the 0.382, which is 4,161. And I don't think we're going to move above the fib, the the 0% fib, which is basically the high here, which is 4,264. I don't think that's going to happen. And I don't think this level is going to be hit either, because we have the... Let me confirm that we have the Fed interest rate tomorrow. Let me confirm that first. What day is it today? Tuesday. Yeah, okay. Wednesday, we get FOMC economic projections, we get the FOMC statement, we get the press conference, and we have the federal funds rate. Okay, so that is tomorrow. We're not gonna get a movement today. So let's try to create a range here. Where do I think gold is most likely to move? Within which range? Is there anything we can add to this? Maybe we can add... maybe we can add an ATR band. I actually have created an indicator where we do exactly that. So let's go to ATR. Okay, so here we have ATR bands for back testing. These are my scripts here. So this is ATR for testing, ATR in pips. Let's try that one. I'm gonna go in here. Remove one. Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. But we can just do it visually, right? So we're going to use the fib tool. And I also have to go into that settings of this fib and that trend line, right click, go to visibility to make sure that we can find it on the current interval and above. So when we zoom in, we are not going to see that. So you can see that price is most likely not going to get below today's low, and it's most likely not going to get above that high. So we activate the range tool on this one and we extend it. I believe that this is the most likely range for gold today. Not based on numbers and statistics or ATR or Bollinger Bands or anything like that, but simply just price action. Okay, so we go down to the 4 hour now. It's still the same range we're playing with here. And we want to make sure that this range also aligns with price action. You can see here that range low is indeed confirmed with being resistance and support multiple times. Range EQ is where most of the price action is. To really confirm this and to get a mathematical mean price, we want to go in and we want to activate the linear regression indicator. Probably going to be at 100. Okay, let's do it at 50. I want to have it beginning once we enter the range, which is 45 bars ago. Or maybe where the impulse started. No, I think this is good. This is where we had the entry to the range. If we go 1 bar back, it's going to give me something slightly... I think this is better representation. But what this is right here is it takes a look at all prices within this range, starting from right here to current price, and then it calculates the best fit line. Basically, what is the price that mathematically price has most often tested, or what is the mathematical mean of this range? And then the upper and lower bands, those are... By the way, this comment right here, gold not clear view where to go, then do not trade. Like if that's the case for you, then you do not trade gold today. ICT buys where retail sales. ICT doesn't trade. He trades on a demo account. Okay, just, we all know that he doesn't trade. He trades on a demo account. We know that he faked everything in his withdrawal in 2017, and it disappeared from the market because he got embarrassed, and then he got back because he needed the money, sell some courses. Look at it. Look at what happened during Robin's Cup a couple of years ago and this year as well. Anyway, so we have a standard deviation of 2. We can move that to fit the current range a little bit better. Standard deviation of 1. I like that. Okay, so here we go. So what can we derive from this analysis now? We looked at the daily, we looked at the probable range for gold to trade in within the day. We are now on the 4-hour, and we are looking at the linear regression channel right here. What can we make out of this? Well, what we can say is that gold is right now within a range with local bearish characteristics. It's testing the range EQ area, and it's testing the mean price of this range right here. And now we are going to go down into the lower time frames, and I'm just going to add a vertical line here to know where we should start the linear regression channel from when we go into the lower time frames. So we're now on the 1 hour. And you can see that everything has changed here. But actually, we don't need this indicator anymore, because we already know where the best fit line, where the mean price is, which is right where price is right now. So what we're going to do now is we're going to be adding some horizontal levels. It's an interesting comment. Yeah, of course you're going to be trading demo better, because when you're trading demo, you don't have any money exposed. So definitely, it's going to be much easier to trade demo. Obviously, now if you want to see a real live trader, go to Tom Hugard, his live streams. That's someone who is trading better and with live money. Okay, so on 4-hour, there are supports, but chart is making lower high. Price in chart is consolidating with the descending triangle pattern. I'm gonna start that, and I'm gonna see. I'm gonna take a look at that. All right, so I don't use any indicators. Algorithms doesn't use indicators. What? I mean, I know you're joking. I know this is you're trolling me. This is a joke. You don't think algorithms is what do you think the algorithms are based on? Like human emotions? When you create an algorithm in the financial markets, the definition of an algorithm is indicators. Okay? An algorithm is a combination of price signals derived from price, aka indicators. What is your thoughts on gaps in second time frame and velocity? No thoughts at all on that. I have not done any research whatsoever on gaps in seconds time frame. It's not something that I yeah. Exactly. It's like, yeah, this is a good comparison. I mean, we all know that playing a video game versus real life is very different. And that's kind of like the comparison between demo trading and live trading as well. I mean, then, if you have to fake your MetaTrader 5 withdrawals to show profitability, it doesn't really matter how good you are at demo trading, right? We got a comment on. So okay, so on gold here, I actually do think that I think it, I think you have to be more specific with your question here. What is there specifically about the velocity of the move that you are referring to here? Sorry. I mean, I am open-minded when it comes to people trading ICT because it's technical analysis. There's no difference between. So I am open-minded. I know. I mean, I still haven't seen a professional, and don't come up with names like influencers. I mean, I know that there's a lot of influencers out there that has made, millions from prop firms, but anyone can make money from prop firms. You know what I mean? Like anyone can get funded, make a shit ton of money on prop firms, and then lose the account, and then get a new account and make like the prop firm. Um, the prop firm way of trading is a way to make money, but it's not a proof that you're long term consistently profitable. And you can say things like, "Oh, this guy trades ICT and he's a big influencer. He makes a shit ton of money." Yeah, sure, he does make a lot of money, but he might also maybe he loses that account after a while. Maybe he hits drawdown of 10%. I'm talking about long term, consistently profitable traders that can show a like 1.5 Sharpe ratio over 12 months, or a decent Sortino ratio over the course of 12 months of trading. And very few prop firm traders are able to do that because many of them loses the account after a payout, then they get a new evaluation, get funded, makes a lot of money, and then lose 10%. But if you look at the total amount of money invested in evaluations versus how much money they're getting from payouts, and then plot that on an equity curve with drawdowns, etc., and you calculate the Sharpe ratio and the Sortino ratio, the question then is, are you really a profitable trader, or are you someone who knows how to trade prop firms and make money from prop firms? That's two very completely different things. So I have still not yet seen a long-term, consistently profitable trader uh, trading ICT. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not profitable, because most of the profitable traders, they know, like professional traders, they know that ICT is just another word for whatever they're doing. So let me, demonstrate that for you. And I respect everyone that tries to become a trader. And if you're an ICT trader, I don't care. Like, I don't care. What I do care about is that I believe that, first of all, ICT is a person that has lied a lot about his career and faked a lot of withdrawals. And I have an issue with people following a cult-like personality in the trading space that is proven to be a fraud, even though the method that he is using in trading might be profitable. But let me demonstrate something for you. What is the fair value gap? Now, a fair value gap is where you have an impulsive candle moving with such force that it creates a space between the previous wick candle and the wick of the next candle. So it creates a fair value gap. It creates a gap between these two. Now, according to ICT, a lot of times you want to enter within the fair value gap and the OTE of the fair value gaps. You want to enter within the optimal trade entry within the fair value gap. So all of this is just very clear technical analysis stuff, and it's a method that has been around for very, very long time. So let's say you have a resistance level right here. Price comes up, hits resistance, down, and then creates a fair value gap when it breaks above, right? And then another wick here and wick here. So that's a fair value gap, and the price moves higher, and then price comes down towards that fair value gap, and then you add a fib on the fair value gap, and you see that you get the fair value gap and you get the OTE right here. And price comes down and hits the OTE. Now, what's interesting with the OTE is that it's basically the area, you could say, below the 0.618. It's just the numbers are just a little bit different, but it's basically the Fibonacci area between the 0.618. So ultimately, what the fair value gap is very simply a break and retest of a horizontal level. And this horizontal level, once broken to the upside, you have an impulsive candle. And the fact that you have an impulsive candle through the level tells you that the level is important. And then it comes down and it hits the area below the 0.618, which is statistically a good level to enter in a trend. So what we have here is a simple trading setup combining the fundamental idea of the polarity within horizontal levels. And polarity within horizontal levels simply means that resistance turns to support when tested from the other side. And the break and retest, what you want to see and what makes a fair value gap interesting is that the retest of the fair value gap is the first retest after a breakout. And you know the saying, the first test is the best test. The first test after a break and the first time the level is tested through the foundation of polarity in horizontal support and resistance is the best test, because that's where, if these sellers have now turned into buyers, the first test has the strongest possibility of a move higher. So what I believe that if you want to become long-term consistently profitable, you need to understand the fundamentals of technical analysis that lays the ground and the foundation for all of these different technical analysis concepts, like the fair value gap or inverse fair, like all of that has already been studied and researched and has already been done many years ago, before social media and before all of that. And I believe when it's packaged in a way where it's like this is the true way of trading, or this is trading based on the algorithms, it creates a lot of unnecessary friction for new traders coming into this space, because they create a lot of unrealistic expectations. I hope that is clear, and I hope I made it very clear that I do not disrespect anyone that is trading ICT. I just hope that you understand that what you are trading is the same as everyone else. It's just a different name. And I think ICT traders need to be more open-minded to the foundational structure of the markets, because it's going to help you a lot once you start developing a system, and once you see that maybe you're seeing that your edge is over time decreasing. And then instead of going back and saying, I need to study more ICT, you need to understand that you might need to study the price concepts that creates the concept used in ICT. Okay. All right. Hopefully that is clear. Okay, so we have a lot of questions here, obviously. A lot of questions. I'm going to start starring them here. Okay, this is an interesting. So I got a comment here. I'm a coder and code all types of programs, and I'm working on a velocity program using measured volumes. Okay, working on velocity program using measuring volume, velocity and angle of the spring on the reversal move. Newton calculated the velocity of the apple dropping when coding the velocity of speed of the move by making a points per hour like a car. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this is interesting. There's actually quite a lot of research on understanding the understanding momentum and velocity. Actually, what you can do is you can perhaps send me an email to jonatan.r at the5ers.com. I'm going to be adding it to the comments right here. Because I'm actually studying the velocity of price right now for the CMT2 test coming up, and I do have some things that I might share with you. So send an email to me, and I can share some stuff with you on that. I think I Yeah, we'll disagree. Well, I don't think necessarily we're disagreeing here. I think what happened is you found someone that explained technical analysis in a way that made you understand the moves. What I'm trying to say is that ICT is nothing special. Okay, I'm not saying ICT is not something special. It's not a special system that is something else. It's just the same old technical analysis concept applied, through a specific lens. It's not something magical. It's not the holy grail. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, let's move on. Right, good, good. Okay, so now back to gold. Back to gold. I think I would be inclined to short this impulse move. All right, take care. I don't know. YouTube has removed all the live. Can you see your username? All right, good stuff. Take care. So, I would probably fade this move just because of the fact that I think gold will continue to range, and I think that I would probably fade this move. Okay, so looking at 50-minute. Now, the problem with this is that we've obviously had a strong impulse move to the upside. We are, the momentum is quite strong here, and we do have this level to the downside. So it kind of looks like we reclaimed. It kind of looks like we reclaimed range EQ here. So the question is, will we come down on the lower time frames and just test this level right here? Is there even, is it even possible to take a trade from here down there? There's not really a big move, right? I don't think it's worth it. But looking at price structure here and going into the 1 minute, we can see that we do have a range here. So it's difficult because on one side, I'm looking at gold as a reclaim of range EQ, and maybe we'll move up towards range high. Or we are seeing a move down to range low, a retest of the range EQ area, and then a move lower. So for me, gold, it's quite difficult right here. But I think what you need to do here is, if you're watching this and you're looking for potential ideas to trade, I would just apply your own knowledge here, apply your own discretion, or apply your own system to this level, and then use the framework of this overall range right here. So either a low time frame mean reversion play where you're thinking this is the local top, or a full range resolution where you have a move from a range low up to range high. I'm not going to be trading this today, but that is my view on gold. Okay, we got a couple of questions here I'm going to go through before we continue. Let's see. What's the best assets for pricing averaging strategy, so adding more lot size by doubling the lot size always when the price drops a certain percentage against you. That just sounds like an overall pretty bad idea. Why would you be adding more lots by doubling the lot size always when price drops a certain percent against you? Isn't that martingale, like the martingale risk management strategy? I think that is a sure way to blow your account quite quickly. I would not recommend doing that at all, and I don't have any recommendations for any assets um, for that. I'm not really sure what strategy you're talking about. Grid trading or something, or is it martingale? I don't know. That sounds not great. Let's go to EUR USD. I think first of all you need to ask yourself, why would you want to do something like that? And what's the testing result for that? Maybe you're asking for an asset to test it. I guess if okay, so let's approach this from a perspective where we think it's a good idea, but it's actually a really bad idea. But let's think about it as if it would be a good idea. So what would you actually do? Now you want to have a ranging market, right? You want to have a market where it doesn't trend, because if you do, having a very okay, so low lot size, you can have a certain range and time that the price is coming back. Like gold would always go up in certain time. Yeah, okay. So you're basically thinking about buying the dip, right? You're looking at an asset that is trending, and then whenever you have a move to the downside, you want to be buying, and then you want to keep buying when it moves lower, and then hopefully it's going to recover. I think your best bet would be the S&P 500 or NASDAQ. Because the stock market, as we have seen, eventually it recovers. And if we go and look at the S&P 500, I would not do it in the Forex market. I would not do it in the Forex market. Because that's just, it's not going to work in the Forex market. I don't think so, at least. But if you look at the, where is the S&P 500? Here. I mean, if you look at the S&P 400 from a daily perspective, if you buy the dips and you're okay with being in drawdown, I mean, that's a fantastic long-term trading strategy. Is dollar cost average. So not dollar cost average, but so what you can do here is have a dollar cost average strategy, but you're only buying in downtrends, right? A dollar cost average strategy is basically buying. The normal way of doing it is you have a certain set of capital, a certain amount of money that you're buying at a set time. So it could be, for example, every Friday you're buying, a couple of $100 of, you're investing a couple of $100 into the S&P 500 every Friday. And then that averages out your entry price. Instead of taking everything and entering at once, you kind of average in, like you're saving in the S&P 500. You're taking a part of your salary and putting in the S&P 500 like a savings. That's sort of a type of dollar cost average strategy, right? Now, what you can do is apply a strategy where you might only want to be buying in a downtrend. So you only want to accumulate in downtrends or accumulate in dips. And here I think applying a moving average strategy might be successful. So we can, for example, add a 200 moving average. Let's just play around with something here, so we can come up with something. So we have a 200-day moving average, and whenever price is below the 200 moving average, you might want to increase your size of buying. And then what we can do is we can add the 100 moving average as well. There's certain things you can do here. You can, for example, when price is, let me change some colors here. So I'm going to do the 200 moving average is going to be white, and the 100 moving average is going to be blue. So in uptrends, for example, you could be buying every time the 100 moving average is hit, as you can see right here, in during this run right here. So when the S&P 500 breaks below the 200 moving average, you would be in a bear market and you would be accumulating heavily in the bear market, but then you need to expect to have to hold the position at a loss for maybe a year, right? And then once price recovers the 200 moving average and maybe the 100 crosses the 200 to the upside as well, you want to be buying every time the 100 EMA gets hit. So maybe something like this. Now, this is just one example of what you might want to be doing. And then when price gets below the 200 again, you buy more. So I think what you want to do is you want to find a market that is trending. And there's no better market than US indices when it comes to trends, in my opinion. And then you want to maybe apply a moving average strategy, because a moving average is a great way of looking at the average price. And that's pretty much what you're looking for. And then when it comes to buying dips after a certain percentage move to the downside, maybe you want to apply long-term ATR as well, because a percentage dip doesn't really mean anything unless you put it into the context of the previous price move. But an ATR is calculating the average range compared to a set number of candles in the past. So I think that is what I would be doing. The time frame on this one is a daily. So this is the daily time frame here. But you just be ready that to lose all your money on this strategy. I don't think it's a valuable, a good approach at all. Let's go to EUR USD. This is a trade that I had on EUR USD. I just need to go into my trading journal and all right, just going into my trading journal, and for those who are wondering, I'm using Edgewonk. So I'm going to be just adding this screenshot here to Edgewonk before I move on to analyzing this. And for those who are wondering, my win rate is 55% on my trading, and my profit factor is currently 2.3. I'm just to find my Euro USD trade. Here it is. And I'm going to be adding some screenshots. And for those of you wondering on my results this month, in November, so we can start by looking at, let's see, in November I'm break even, and in December I'm down 0.5%. So the whole of November break even with 2, 3, 4, 5 trades in November, and currently 2 close trades in December at a minus 0.5% loss, but I have a running profit of about 1% right now in MetaTrader. Okay, let's go to EUR USD here. I have now saved that, which means I can remove this setup. Do you feel like there's a lot of indecision here, you know? So I'm a swing trader. I trade on the daily, right? And most of my decisions are taken based on the closing of the closing price of a daily close. No, you don't need. So I can't remember the name, but I can't remember the name of a specific trader. But I do know like a legendary trader that made a lot of money. He had like a 15% win rate, and I've also heard from Peter Brandt. He's a breakout trader, and I believe he has. I think he said like 25% win rate or something like that. So it's not about. It's not really about your win rate. It's about how much money you make when you win. And of course, if you have a low win rate, you are probably the type of trader that, you know, if you're a breakout trader, then you're looking for the breakout and you're going to get stopped out a lot. You're going to have a lot of fake outs. But when the breakout happens with high momentum and you have a tight stop loss, you're going to have those huge winners. And you only need some of those winners in a year. How old am I? I am 34 years old. So the discussion of win rate usually goes like this. If you have a high win rate, you have a low risk to reward. If you have a low win rate, you have a high risk to reward. You're not going to have a high win rate and a high risk to reward. If you're trading the lower time frames, like if you're scalping, there's going to be a lot of noise on the lower time frames. So price will fluctuate a lot on the lower time frames, and you know you can look at the 1 minute. You enter a trade, and then you go back to that trade, and you see a couple of hours later, it's going to be all over the chart. It has, come back to your entry multiple times, and that's why when trading a lot of time frames, you know that there's going to be a lot of noise on the market. So you want to get in at a good level, and then you want to get out fairly quickly. Because there's going to be a lot of noise. So a low time frame trader or a scalper are usually just looking for a very small move, just a couple of pips or 10 pips or something like that. It's a very small move, and then you exit quickly. And a lot of times you'll see that you'll have a high win rate because on the lower time frames, level is hit, you sell, and you need to take a couple of pips, and it's easy for you to take a couple of pips, but the where the stop loss is in comparison to where you're taking the couple of pips in profits, the risk to reward is going to be very low. Most of the time, it's going to be below 1, which means you're having a negative risk to reward. So when you're actually making money, you're making a very little amount of money, but you're making it so often that those high numbers of small losses are going to make up for the bigger. The small wins are going to be making up for the big losses. And then on the swing trading, it might be the other way around. You have a low win rate with many small losses, but you have big winners that makes up. So it's that relationship that is important. Okay, so looking at the EUR USD right here, we have a scenario where on the daily it feels like we're just in this range, right? And it's difficult for me to get a good read on this market. If we draw out a range from the low here, low to the high, we get this range right here. And I think this is the range that EUR USD is trading within right now. I think that is these are the important levels that we should care about. And we are currently testing the range EQ, which is the range equilibrium, or the middle of the range right here. Now, I do see that there is the possibility of EUR USD coming up and testing that level. Definitely. And maybe that's what the markets are waiting for here with the interest rate decision and everything. Let's look at the 4 hour here. Could be seeing a bull flag here, but I think the flagpole is a bit too short. But basically what we're looking at, if this is a flagpole, is this. And then do we have a drawing here which is a flag? I don't think so, but we can draw one. Got the flagpole, this one right here. And the way you measure the move of this one is you take from the low of the flag, the high of the pattern, which is going to be that one right there. Using the trendline tool here, removing the extensions. And basically what we do is we copy and paste this one. And then we add it to where we think breakout might occur, which could be here. And then the way you trade this is either you buy the breakout, it stops up somewhere here, EP up here. So that would be the way you would trade the bull flag. I'm not really sure if this is a bull flag though. The way I would trade this is I would probably wait for a break above that resistance and then retest, going along on the retest, and then up to that range EQ level right here. And we'll look to get a good risk to reward for that TP. So where can we have the stop loss? Well, here. Well, that's I would like to have a higher risk to reward, but I don't think, like, maybe it can come up and test this area. And then that would be a good risk to reward. Maybe I don't know, but I don't think is this gonna happen today? I don't think it's gonna happen today. I think the market is gonna be quite calm before we get that FOMC, the interest rate decision. But you know, it's an interesting setup. Thank you. Okay, Scott says, on my chart for gold on 4 hours, saw EV projections of 4,500 and just changed from negative to positive. Look at that. One, two, three, four, five. So is it EV? Are we talking about this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I assume that's what you're looking for, the Elliott wave impulse move. I think that's what I'm looking for as well, with my setup, as you can see here. Go to the swing long. This is basically what I'm trading on that setup. I got my target right below 4,500. Lower my desk here a little bit. markets have been very slow this week, and I do think it's because of the interest rate decision coming up. If we go to my green list here, we can look at some of my recent trades. I'm currently in AUD NCD. This is a long that I'm in. I got stopped out on the EUR USD short, and I also got stopped out on the Euro NCD long. And now what I'm thinking on Euro NCD is, you know, we've had a massive move here on the weekly to the upside, and maybe we are starting to see a head and shoulders pattern here. And if we do see a head and shoulders pattern here, I think it's quite obvious, but obviously we don't know if this is the case. But that would be the head and shoulders pattern. I also have to add this to the calendar, so just give me a second here, to my trading journal. Copy paste this. Okay, so we are going to just rename this. Well, we're just going to hide that one. Naming that swing long. Okay, so how do we trade the head and shoulders? Well, there's a couple of ways you can trade the head and shoulders. The traditional way of trading the head and shoulders is to measure the area from the head down to the neckline and then projecting that distance down. But the neckline is not always going to be obvious. In this case, I think this is the neckline. So we need to see price breaking through this level. Let me create a measured move here. So that's the measured move from the neckline to the head. Then we can double that level, and that takes us down to this level. What's interesting with this level is we clearly have a strong reaction to that level right here. So if we add a horizontal level here, maybe like this, I think we have our target for this move. So the way you would trade this, if this plays out exactly like I have drawn here, the way you would trade this is you would buy the break to the downside or the break and retest, and then you would have your stops above the right shoulder and you take profit down here. However, the way I would like to trade this, if I can, is to enter within the around the 0.618 fib, where I believe we might have the right shoulder forming. If we have a confirmed swing point here, I would like to enter within this area, and then we can take it down all the way down to this level, and that 1.5 hour trade or 2 hour trade or whatever turns into a 5 hour trade. Hey Pedro, how's it going? Welcome.
Good morning, Jonatan. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Good. We're just going through the markets here, taking a look at seeing if we can find anything interesting. How about you?
Yeah, I'm good as well. Trying to actually do the same, basically. Try to see what you can expect for this busy week ahead that we're going to have, with many central bankers, many news. So yeah, are you
Yeah,
kind of position anywhere? Kind of, do you have a bias for what you're looking for?
not a bias for what to expect. I mean, I guess we can expect a rate cut. I think
Mhm.
that's given. But then, how big is that rate cut going to be? I think 25 basis point is probably on the table. I don't think they're going to go in heavy, but rate cut we're probably going to get. How big? Probably a small one. I'm not obviously not an expert at fundamentals, but that's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm seeing, and that's what I'm hearing. And I think the market has already priced that in. So now we're just waiting for that resolution, and I feel like the market is just waiting for that to happen, and then we can move on. Start getting some movements.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a given, as you mentioned, the 25 basis cut rate that we're going to have. I think the focus definitely is what next. What's going to be the projection? Because this time as well, the Fed's going to show their projections for basically 2026. So I think that's what the market's going to pay attention. If we look at the odds of the next rates, I think for the next 2 or 3 meetings, then it's almost projection of no rates whatsoever. So if I just actually quickly, where am I? Yeah, I'm here. For example, if I look, so that now we're going to cut from 4 to 375, right? That's basically what we're expecting. No, let's go away. Yep. Next meeting so far, the projection is to keep then the same, 70% to the odds to stay the same. Then in March as well, it's still slightly around the same, but it's maybe closer to potential cut rate. And then maybe in April, we finally may have. But then I think this is already really close to the time where the new head of the Fed is going to be it's going to start his role. So that's going to be definitely then someone that's going to go into more alignment with what Trump wants, which is cut rates, cut rates, cut rates. So that's going to be interesting. But for tomorrow, of course, the odds are 90% to have that rate cut. Um, so that's basically, and I agree with you. I think the market already priced in that situation.
Yeah,
So
I
we
mean,
will see what
I and I think you can also see that in price action, the fact that we're not getting a lot of movements, are we? I mean, Euro USD has been in a very tight range for the last about 4 days or so, 3 4 days, and gold, 1 2 3 4 5 6, basically a week within a tight range.
Mhm.
Um, and yeah, I think the feeling I'm having is just the markets are ready to move higher. Gold is ready to move higher. Euro USD probably ready to move higher as well. Just needs that confirmation that they're cutting rates. If they don't cut rates, that's going to be a bloodbath. That's going to be probably some of the biggest moves we've seen this year.
Yeah. No, I think that the rates are going to be done. I think it's about more the projection for next year, many rate cuts. Because one thing is to cut one rate and then pause, and then another thing is to cut one rate, but expecting for the next meetings to continue to go into the trajectory of cutting rates. Because kind of we are in this go and stop, kind of stop and break, whatever, something like that. The market is a bit indecisive, as you mentioned. It's reflected on gold, which is not moving whatsoever in the last few days. Dollar is also kind of in a bit in the range and not really managing to go anywhere. The US indices kind of try to test the previous highs, but not really managing to break. Actually, starting to show a little bit of weakness now that we're approaching the tops again. So who knows if this is going to end up respecting as a double top in the bigger picture on the US indices, and potential price could go down again, or not, or price actually eventually is going to end up taking the new all-time highs on US indices. So it's going to be an interesting end of the week. I think we're basically 10 days into of good price action. After that, I think price will just slow down. a little bit, and basically the year is going to be done. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be quite interesting. I personally, I'm looking for potential shorts on US indices. Yesterday, I already shorted one time NASDAQ, and I think I may start. I may continue to do the same. You can even go slightly higher, but I think within the tops, I think I'm still going to try to look for shorts in there. Even though the Dow as well, it's reacting quite nicely. So I'm going to be looking for some potential shorts on US indices, and the US price just completely skyrockets and breaks all-time highs, and then that changes
Right. So shorts on the US indices. You're kind of thinking risk off scenario going into end of the year.
It's also based on what I can see from the price action. It looks interesting to look for the way price is behaving as it's approaching these highs. It's kind of slowing down so much, and you can see that there's still some selling pressure. Maybe for this year, maybe the tops are already in place, and maybe just next year we're going to have new all-time highs. And I think there's so much uncertainty at this point also in the market that maybe you're not going to go into that. Into that role. Now, if the Fed comes in and says tomorrow that okay, we are actually clear, the job market is actually not as bad as maybe it's look like, and inflation is actually quite steady, we're going to start not just cutting rates regularly. Maybe then it's going to be a boost into the US market, and there you go. You're going to all-time highs with that perspective. But if
I like that.
if the message tomorrow is still uncertain, then maybe we're going to just get stuck where we are. Maybe a little bit of volatility, but without much movement in here. And maybe just next year we're going to go into new territory.
Pedro, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break, and maybe you can go through the comments. And if you guys have any questions for Pedro, please let him know in the comments. Maybe you have some short requests or something, and I'll be back in 10 minutes, all right?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. See you soon.
Guys, let me know what is your opinion for this week or tomorrow for the Fed. What pairs are you trading? What levels are you trading as well? For example, if you want me to look at gold, you can tell me, and you can tell me more precisely in terms of I'm looking for shorts, 15 minutes time frame or 30 minutes time frame, and these are the levels that I'm looking for, or the opposite longs, and we can take a look at those charts as well, and then let's go like that. So let me know in the comments what you are going to look for. What just happened with the Dow? What happened with the Dow right now? Okay, this is kind of a little bit of a time frame. Okay, this big. I have no idea. To be honest, I have no idea. Someone had a big order and then kind of just got all the way to the opposite side. To be honest, if you ask me, it's actually reacting from a nice level. It's basically one of the last month zones that was created in here as price was moving to the upside. So actually, if I look at it, it's actually kind of a good level, even in alignment to this left shoulder. Look at that, basically to the pip in there. So if you ask me, it's actually a good level where price reacted from and potentially can continue to go a little bit more to the upside. Now, the speed of this movement, that's kind of weird. But where price reacted, it's perfect. It's actually a beautiful demand zone in alignment with that left shoulder. And if you track these levels, you're going to see that price tends to respect them quite often. But that it's kind of an odd move, we have to admit, especially because there was no news right now. Unless there was, and I didn't know. But it was not just the Dow; it was actually more than the Dow. You can see in the S&P and NASDAQ also reacting quite similarly as well. So maybe some comment. I haven't really checked. I don't know if someone just said something in the news that forced that price behavior. Look at gold. What is your take on gold? Guitar, what are you looking at gold? What do you want to see? You want to look for longs, for shorts? What is your perspective and which time frame we are looking at? We have take it easy, definitely gold and take it easy. That's definitely a good combination. By the way, guys, just don't forget to like and subscribe the video, okay, and the channel. Let's keep pushing for 100K. I think it's going to be quite an interesting mark to achieve 100K when we are actually 10 years old as a company. So let's keep on pushing. because you are going to be the main benefits of these events, because we are going to do plenty of giveaways for you guys to celebrate that mark together. So don't forget to subscribe. So take it easy is long from 4,200. 4,200 is that. Where is your target? Um, what is your target from this level? 4,200. What is 4,200 from where in here? Target and stop loss. Well, the long is already a bit too high for me, but it can still work. And maybe you're waiting for price to break above this structure to go long. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Maybe as a breakout setup. So as soon as price broke, maybe this high, you got into this long. So maybe that was the trigger that you're looking for. Personally, I've marked this range for a long time. Okay, I've marked this range, especially with this low, since last week or even before that. Yep, even before that. And I mentioned that I could potentially look for longs within this level. Okay, now that level has been respected already once, twice, and price hasn't really managed to break this top. It broke first this structure in here, so that could be a good reason to try to look for a long on the test of this level, expecting price just not really follow the kind of the bullish momentum that gold has created. But as soon as price starts moving and not really managing to break new highs and kind of getting stuck in here, the dynamic changes a little bit, and especially then when price also starts touching the same structure several times. The way I look at it is that this level starts to get a little bit weaker and potentially can get liquidated. Kind of price can eventually fake out this level even if it wants to push higher. But now, if you do want to trade within the range, maybe at this point I'll be more comfortable kind of looking for longs in here than shorts. But that doesn't mean that I'll be interested in looking for longs neither. But if you want to trade just all the way to the opposite level, maybe this is a good level to do so. If that's what you're looking for, maybe that's a good idea. Personally, I would prefer to look for a little bit of a tighter entry, so it can create me a little bit of a better risk reward within this range, if that's what you are still going to have on gold. But at this point, I'll just keep absolutely every single trade on gold. I could have been potentially interested in trying to trade in here or then in there. That's actually a level that we've been looking on the Portuguese channel. But now that price never managed to break this top, I'm not really interested in looking for longs at this point, and until I get more information of price moving away from this level. But intraday maybe we can find those trades in there. But this now it would go into the category of not high probability setup for me. So I'll just skip it altogether and look for something else on gold. What's your view? Okay, we already looked at it. Which pair are you going to short? I mentioned US indices. Maybe we can go into that in a bit. Let me just continue to read any comments on gold. Okay, you see, you have Yasway looking for shorts. From where? If you want to tell us where you're looking for shorts, that could be interesting. So we can have a clear idea of what you guys are looking at. 4,250. It's an easy move today, so we are pushing price to basically at the top. Yeah, potentially can feel this. Again, I don't know if it's easy or not, but potentially we can feel that, especially if price starts breaking again this top in here. Maybe can eventually go there. So if that's the target, that sounds nice. It looks like a long for 4,000. Okay, that's a little bit lower, 4,245, so that would be a little bit lower, actually around the same structure, to be honest. So if you want to trade the range, and that's kind of the most obvious behavior or price action that you can see at this point on gold, I think that could play out. So we'll see. We have some shops mentioning China set to limit access to NVIDIA's H200 chips to impact US indies mostly. Was that the news that came out just right now? What's up, Mario? Welcome. Good morning. Gold targeted to 4,000. Is that the short? Okay, so it's looking for shorts and are looking for 4,110. So basically, he's looking already for price to break below the structure. Yeah, if price goes there, so yes, human. Basically, I agree with you, but for that, I would like to see this structure being broken. So if this level is broken here, I could see gold going to those 4,100 and something, kind of close to this range. Okay, but before that, I would like to see actually this structure being broken altogether to give me a little bit more confidence that gold actually wants to do that. As long as kind of it's respecting at least even this low in here, so I'll be a little bit more cautious. But maybe there's an opportunity for that. Maybe wait for that, for this price to be broken, and then maybe try to capitalize on this next move towards there. However, be careful as well, because when you do start having way too much a strong support level or many lows in alignment, something that can happen as well is just a quick fake out, and instead of price falling through straight away, it may actually wants to go higher first, just because there's maybe enough liquidity in here for price to push a little bit higher before eventually to go down as well. So just be careful with that in there. My target is, okay, you looked at it as already, so it's somewhere around that structure. Yeah, it makes sense. For anyone that is trying to trade this range, personally, I think it makes sense. For me, it's a little bit more on the low probability, but it makes sense. Enter, we have Vivash, enter on lower price, don't trust higher price, may trap. Yeah, maybe. Or the opposite. When you mean higher price, you mean higher time frame or kind of a more expensive price? What was exactly your comment? Because if it is on a lower time frame, that's usually actually the opposite, right? Because when people are entering on a lower time frame, that's usually where they may get trapped a little bit, and then price goes without them. While if you are entering on a higher time frame, because just maybe on the nature of where you are placing your stop loss and give a little bit more of a breathing room, then maybe you can survive the fake outs in there. Okay, so so that was the news that came out and moved the market. It was about China and Nvidia. All right. More expensive.
Did it happen now?
Yeah, I think so. I think there was kind of a little bit of a spike on the US indices.
Yeah, regulators in Beijing has been discussing ways to permit limited access to the H200. So that's Nvidia's H200 chips.
Yeah, we had a quick spike on US indices. Yeah, there you go. The market. All right. So yeah. Okay, I think gold. Do you have any bias on gold, Jonatan? People are a little bit asking on gold. Do you have any?
Yeah, we did look at gold earlier in the live stream, and it's a difficult one because, I mean, if we view this as a reclaim of this level and the reclaim of EQ, then I would say higher, but it's very difficult to say because it might just be that we're kind of testing this level and we're gonna come lower, or we're retesting the level and then from here we're gonna move higher. So it's very difficult because if you would have asked me, here, I would say long, and if you would have asked me here, I would say short. But now we're kind of like in the middle, so it's very difficult for me to have any idea of a direction here. But I mean, we look at the low time frames, we do have a fairly clear range, right? So we could say that, okay, we break below this level, yeah, we're probably going to move lower, right? And we break above this level, we're probably going to go higher. Very simple, And I think that's that's my views on gold. Pretty pretty boring, but yeah.
Yeah, it's basically, as you can see on your chart, like price is stuck in that range for the last 2 weeks or something like that, like last 10 days. And it's basically that.
Yeah.
Just buy the support, try to sell the resistance. And as long as it's inside there, that's basically what you do until you get further notice.
I think one interesting thing we can do here is we can perhaps add the stochastics and the RSI and see what, you know, how has price reacted previously when we were trading, you know, around this range EQ, testing this area right here. And if we look at the RSI here, it's quite difficult to do analysis here on the RSI, but there is on the RSI clear actually no, I don't know how to read that.
Yeah, it ended up being a bit choppy as well.
Yeah, it's I had an idea of looking at momentum here, but I think I just need to study the momentum indicators a little bit more to really understand how to, because there's this idea that it's not just about looking at the oversold and the overbought areas. It's also about how the momentum indicators is reacting around the midpoint, around the 50% level, and a lot of information can be taken from there, but there's no clear. We can go back to, if I add the stochastics or the RSI once again. There is this idea that there's ranges within the RSI, and then changes within those ranges can signal something. So we see here, for example, usually RSI goes from obviously the low to the high, but this high here, where we obviously had a lot of momentum, retraced before really getting above that 70 area. And if we add sort of a range around the midpoint here on the RSI, we can see that it's breaking out through this range, right through this range, and I see if price holds this level, and then RSI holds the midpoint right here, that's going to be a good sign, I believe. Like, we don't want RSI to drop all the way down here, because then that means, you know, selling momentum is much stronger. But if we're able to keep this level, then there is, you know, room to the upside on the RSI here. So gold on the lower time frames, I'm looking at 1 hour here, does look strong. So I wouldn't really be surprised to see a move to the upside here. Looking at the 15-minute momentum on RSI is still very strong. So yeah, maybe we'll get that move to the upside. But there's a lot of indecision here. There's a lot of signals that are difficult to get a good read on. So direction for gold for me is yeah, no clear read on that at all.
It's a golden mystery. Yeah, that's what happens with ranging markets sometimes. They're tradable kind of the first 2-3 times, but then after that it starts raising the question, when are they going to be broken and not being respected? So it starts putting that uncertainty in at least for me. I don't really trade now the fourth time that the level is touched. For example, I'll be waiting now for a clear break of structure of that range before making a decision on what to do next. Yeah. So what else? Then you can maybe look at the dollar or something to see what we can look for. So if anyone else who has any questions about euro dollar, the pound, and so on, you can maybe look at it. Looking at the dollar in here, we're also we kind of retested an interesting level at the end of last week. This was, and potentially we did manage to break some structure, which some people may look at this as a break of structure, maybe opening the direction more to the downside on the dollar. Since it clearly broke this, even the daily, I think it is visible on the daily time frame. A daily low, yep, that's definitely also a daily low being broken. So maybe there's a little bit more room to the downside. Maybe the question now is if we're going to retrace a little bit more before continue to move lower, or if price actually is going to end up respecting still this level at around 90, 98. I still like this demand zone. This for me is considered kind of a demand zone. Our price has been respecting it. I think if we do manage to break below this level, that's when you actually have a more clear path to go to the downside on the dollar. So I'll be open for the possibility of finding some more price action here to even look for a potential long. On the other side, I could see the dollar respecting this level is also moving to the downside. So depending on how price reacts from here, push lower and still kind of within this level can also still work as a long. So that's basically the next two key zones that I'm going to be trying to participate on the move on the dollar at around this level. And let's see if we're finally going to get any kind of momentum. Dollar did end up respecting this 100 mark once again several times, also in the past. So we're finding a clear resistance level at around that level, which can still put pressure to the downside.
We have a question here on futures, and the futures accounts and the futures platform will be released soon. We don't have an exact date on that, but it's coming very soon. We are working very hard in the background to get everything up and running, and very soon.
Yeah.
We have a question here. How good is pivot points? CPR. What have you mentioned anything about pivot points?
No, I've studied them, but CPR I don't know what does it mean.
Let's see if we can figure out what CPR is. We go to indicators and we type in CPR. There is a lot of CPRs on here. Okay, so what is CPR? Let's add it to, let's go to your USD. Apparently CPR is nothing. Yeah, it doesn't show up. Okay, so I go into, oh, here it is. So I go into settings. Maybe I have to go in the lower time frames. Okay, here it is. So CPR, I go into style. So daily pivot points. Okay, so this is your CPR. It's just daily, it's just pivots. Okay, so what is a pivot point? Now, pivot point is just a swing low, swing high, right? It's just a lows and highs, if I'm not mistaken, right? And one way of
there's a calculation to calculate to end up with the number of with the value of the pivot point on a daily basis. I don't really remember now what was the calculation, but I think it kind of like if you are in a trend, kind of the pivot kind of keeps following a little bit of trend, and when it's in a range, tries to find the mid level of that zone, if I'm not mistaken.
Isn't the pivot point just a swing? Like for example, we have you know, the if we search for GAN, yeah, GAN pivots, or like fractals, Williams fractal, that's also a pivot point, right? I would assume that these are also a sort of pivot points. Basically, I think the simplest way of explaining it is if you have, you know, an uptrend here, and then you have one candle here, and then a higher candle, and then you have the next one lower, and then you can have the downtrend. So then this becomes the pivot point, and the way you can measure pivot points or swing points is the number of preceding bars and the number of bars that comes after the high. So if you have a candle where the two preceding bars are lower, or candles are lower, then the next ones are lower as well in that order. So you have 3 high bars and then 3 low bars, then this is the pivot points. And then you can increase this number with, having 3 here and 3 here, and that creates different levels. So we can go and we can look at your USD here, and if we look at the fractals, if we go into fractals, we do 2 periods, right? So this is now a high with a green arrow, and that's because the 2 previous bars are higher, and then the 2 next ones are lower. But if I increase this to 4, it's not going to be a pivot point because there's no more than 3 bars. But if I change it to 3, so the higher numbers here on the fractals are going to mean that you're going to be adding more candles to the side. So if you have, for example, 10, you're only going to be seeing the major pivot points. But the issue with using 10 is that it needs to have 10 candles after forming the pivot points before it's marked as a pivot point. And at that time, it's usually too late. But it's a good way you can go. For example, what I like to do is I choose 4, and then I go to the weekly, and I kind of get a good idea of where all the swing points are on the weekly. And it's very accurate, right? You can just put in from one high, and that's not going to work, but from that high to this, and you kind of mark out the areas where all the swing points are, and you're going to have like that perfect picture, well, almost a perfect picture of a market structure.
Mm-hmm. That's a good
So I guess
exercise.
and I guess how good are pivots points? I think that's what it actually is. Okay.
Yeah, now the pivot points also includes kind of a calculation, just as Sam's mentioned, which is the previous high
Yeah.
plus the previous low plus the previous close divided by 3. And it kind of keeps going like that. So kind of you have that value, and then you are looking at resistance and support. And I think the idea is, for example, if you're in an upper trend line, if price is above the pivot point, then you are looking to trade from the pivot point to the resistance level, and you can try to catch that movement, or the opposite. If price is moving down, then you are looking to trade from the pivot point, the pivot point towards to the support. And you have support 1, support 2, support 3, depends how far away those levels are going to be. But there's kind of a little bit of that strategy to bounce from the pivot point as an entry point, as an entry level, and then to try to catch the move towards to those support or resistance marks. I think we have an indicator as well on TradingView. I think if you put in the indicator of pivot point, I think you're going to see it.
You can do pivot point standard. Maybe that's the one.
Yeah, that starts to show up the lines in there. And then you can maybe just remove some of the previous ones, because you can give the calculation of, can you see when you go to the settings, you have that S1, S2, S3, and it goes all the way to I don't know how many support resistance. Maybe you can just keep like S1 and S2 and the R1 and R2, and that's enough. You don't need to review maybe the other ones. And maybe you can also remove the number of pivots back. Like I think you had 15 there. Like you don't really need to see the previous 15 days. Maybe just 1 or 2 days or something like that, and it's enough. Otherwise, you have the chart full of lines in there. And basically is try to trade from those levels. So every day I think it's updated, kind of it gets into the new info based on the previous day, and you try to trade from there. So for example, at this point the P is underneath, correct? So the P is underneath, and the price is already respecting the R1.
Right. Okay. So so P, that's the pivot point, and then
That's the
R1 is
resistance.
1 standard deviation, I guess, and that's 2 standard deviation for resistance. So R is resistance and S is support, and 1 is probably one standard deviation, and 2 would be the 2 standard deviation. So the question is now, where is where is this? Where does the value of P come from?
That's the calculation. So it goes from the previous high plus previous low plus previous close divided by 3, and that's kind of how they calculate that.
Right. Okay. But yeah, that's interesting. So it goes back, and it's basically starting from that candle. But what I'm trying to understand is why. Oh, it's for the whole month. It looks like, because it looks like this one is starting on the 1st of December, and then it goes to the 1st of January. So is this the month? Is it calculated on a monthly? And is it going to be the same if I go into the 4-hour? No, it's not. I wonder. Interesting. I need to.
Yeah, basically, the simple strategy that this would be is at this point, basically the target, at least on this time frame, on that pivot point level that you have, the target would have been reached. Like if you wanted to trade from the pivot point towards the resistance one, basically that's done. And yeah, I think because you are on the daily, the calculation is based on the month. But if you go into if you go into hourly time frame, I think then you have the daily pivot point calculated. I think that's a little bit how it works.
I need to look into this. I need to, because I need to understand what this is. I'm going to do some research on that after the stream, because it is. I have seen a lot of people use it, and it is interesting, definitely. Kind of like you create it sounds like you're creating like a mean price of sort.
Yeah, I think that with the high probability levels that maybe price wants to retest during that day, either the support or the resistance.
Yeah.
And then you can try to find type of an entry around there. For example, a simple idea would be if price is actually close to if you're in an uptrend and price is actually around the pivot point, you want to try to go long around that level with a target at resistance. Now let's pretend that maybe price is in a range, and all of a sudden price is already retesting the resistance, but it didn't touch the pivot point. Maybe now you can try to look for a short where price will go back to the mean, which is the pivot point. So there's maybe some ways to try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Last time I looked into pivot points has been checking maybe 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, it's a concept that I'm unfamiliar with. So I need to kind of look into the calculation of that and see if I can perhaps use it some in my
it's a dynamic way as well of looking for support and resistance levels. And instead of being you trying to identify them manually, it just basically does it for you automatically, and they kind of have those key levels. If you then trust those levels, and then you are okay with it. If they make sense to you, kind of start seeing that they're actually reacting from.
Have you seen GBP CHF? This is now maybe it's not GBP CHF. It's AUD CHF, I believe. Like this breakout that we've had, and then if you look at the weekly, it looks like a sort of like double bottom here on the weekly, and then we have a strong breakout here as well. It's quite interesting moves on the CHF pairs here. You also have NCD CHF creating sort of a breakup structure here as well.
Did you talk about that one last week, maybe as well?
I did. Yeah, I looked at USD CHF as well, but it hasn't broken out. So if you look at the this is the I believe it's the Swiss. No, this is a Canadian. Do I have the Swiss? Is it that one? Yeah. So this is the currency index for the Swiss franc, and as we can see here, it has had a. This is actually very inconsistent, but I was not expecting for this to look like this, because when you look at all the other currencies against the Swiss franc, they're extremely weak. The Swiss franc looks very, very strong. So I would have expected that index to look a little bit different, but maybe it's because there's a lot of dollar in that basket. But it does look like there's a possible potential breakout here on USD CHF, and if that happens, we might get a pretty big move here. But fundamentally, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think the franc Swiss can be an interesting one, and then the one you mentioned in terms of the Aussie franc Swiss, because Aussie as well has been quite strong in these last few days, and maybe that also benefited that move on the Aussie franc Swiss, and I think that Aussie franc Swiss can actually be. I think there's more room to go to the upside.
Yeah.
So that can be an interesting one if you do find a way to be involved on the move.
This one I think was CAD CHF. This one is the one I was looking at, because it's very surprising that you had first on the week a strong weekly breakout here, and then the double bottom on the daily, and it can break out very clearly, and then there's just continuation. Like there's nothing. Just looks like price wants to continue higher here. So I think this one. I mean, if you look at the trend, obviously very, very bearish here, but looks like we might get it move higher here, maybe up to 0.59 or 58 or 59, around that area. So definitely looks interesting. But there's, I think USD JPY had a beautiful close yesterday on a break and retest within a perfect level right here. I kind of wish I bought down here, because this looks very, very strong. But we have, of course, we have the FOMC speaking and everything, and it's most likely going to affect this pair, I think, quite a lot.
Yeah, and then also something that has been affected about the yen pairs is what the BOG is about to do or not in terms of hiking again on the interest rate. So basically every morning or every night has been some kind of news about the Bank of Japan, and I think that's going to be really interesting, because we had another leg down on the yen index, basically another leg up on many of the yen pairs. Euro yen broke a new high, pound yen as well, and so forth. So yeah, so for example, what I'm mentioning here is that the yen index finally managed to create a new low. Actually, it's not even closing below it, but it kind of broke already this structure again after respecting these stops for a long time. And with that, we had euro yen going and taking the high as well, which now basically just maybe a small fake out. We will see. We have also pound yen going all the way and finally breaking. If you guys remember as well, what we talked about, even on the day that I kind of talked a bit about my strategy, that there was a high probability that actually the pound yen would eventually take this stop. So basically this morning it just did. And then we'll see what will happen. We have also Aussie yen continues to be quite aggressive, moving to the upside. So there's still a lot of strength on these, or weakness on the yen pairs, and strength on the individual yen pairs. CAD yen as well, just moving. So to be honest, dollar yen actually is the one that is holding still below the low, and that's because we had a weak dollar. So at this point, dollar yen is lagging a little bit, and whenever the dollar yen is going to go back again close to maybe this 157, 158, it's going to create more pressure for the Bank of Japan.
Take a phone call quickly. I'll be back.
Yeah, go ahead. So that's again, the yen pairs are on my radar again, to try to see if there's any kind of opportunities to continue to look for potentially this move. I think this yen index is still at a good level to potentially look for longs, as long as kind of we are still within this level. Price didn't really manage to break above this resistance zone, so that was acceptable. But now that we created a new low, maybe more buy orders are going to jump into here. So I want to see at least this level being broken. Otherwise, price will just respect it and then continue, and that can continue to lead into more bullishness on the euro yen, pound yen, and so on. If price starts breaking above this level, then maybe there's a way to come back and retest this upper level again, and then maybe we can look for potential shorts on the euro yen and so on. Euro yen, which is still, as I've been mentioning several times on the live stream, approaching this higher time frame supply zone, still within this structuring here as well. So we'll still consider to look for shorts as we continue to go a little bit higher. For now, we definitely need to see some kind of break of structure. Price already collected now the liquidity from above this top, and you find some selling pressure, but maybe price still wants to go a little bit higher before making the move. We'll see, but it's definitely something that I'll be keeping an eye on the euro yen. And you can continue, you can look at pound yen as well. So definitely the yen pairs are on my radar. So we just fake out this top, and we can look at a little bit more to the left side to see what's next level that maybe price can react from in here. So I'm going to try to find some kind of bearish price action or reversal price action at around here to potential short it. Otherwise, price can just continue to hold and continue to push higher. Yeah, that's basically what I'm going to be paying attention. Okay, which are the most volatile pairs during the London and New York session, in your opinion? Is GPY one of them? I think that one could be maybe a little bit closer into the London, because of course it includes the pound and maybe includes kind of the yen pairs, which is maybe the ending of the Tokyo's session. Okay, so if you want to trade pound yen, maybe around the London Open can be an interesting time to trade. However, then there could be some other opportunities, regardless of the time zone or whatever time you want to trade, that price can still react. For example, personally, I actually don't really pay too much attention into the openings when I'm trading FX, because I'm mostly looking for those bigger reversals and not just for those intraday sessions opportunities that there happen during those opening sessions. So I'm not focused just on a 1 hour time frame or kind of 1 hour a time window to trade. That's not my style. And if I want to look for reversals, it may not really matter the time where they happen. Okay, for example, if I look at this level, this is happened at 3 p.m. this top in here. Okay, it's happened 3 a.m. So yeah, it depends. Okay, for example, this one happened at midnight. So if I look at where the extremes happen, this is happened at 12. So there you go. But yeah, pound yen could happen or could be interesting for them for the London. How is the USD? Is it bullish? Jesus, that's maybe a question that I can ask you. What are you looking at on the euro? Okay, so the euro definitely managed to find some resistance at around this level. So in my opinion, I think that the level where the euro actually reacted, it could make sense, even though I would like to see euro going a little bit higher, but it started to make sense because in my opinion, this top where price actually created in here, it was one of the extremes on the euro. Okay, so this top in here, it was one of the extremes that started to push my price to the downside. So I could kind of define a separation between this rectangle and then the next zone a little bit underneath. And price came all the way to feel that level. So after we finally broke one of these tops, price finally feel it and slightly fake out. As you can see, it kind of slightly took that level, maybe got into what maybe some people would say fair value gap, and you start finding some resistance, some selling pressure. Personally, I actually would have liked to see this high to be created a little bit higher, more closer to this top, which never happened. And now price is basically feel the level to come a little bit closer to the previous low. So if you just follow also what price is doing, this is kind of an outro level on the euro. Okay, so creating new highs, retest the previous low, and maybe from here can find some buying pressure. So we'll see. The same way that can even go a little bit deeper, could even go a little bit more into this level, or it can eventually go and take the highs. Personally, I'm not going to be looking for any sells in here. I think price already respected the levels that had to respect it in there, and if a single supply, price already respected it. So whoever caught the short, perfect. And personally, I'll be looking for price to go a little bit higher before looking for shorts on the euro dollar at this point.
Yeah, it's difficult. Euro dollar is a difficult one. I feel like it's not giving me a very clear sign of clear patterns here.
Yeah, I could see both ways. If price breaks below this level, then yes, I could maybe expect price to go a little bit lower. But that's already a bit far away for me to enter. So I prefer to see price going a little bit higher. I maybe respect this stopping here and then maybe go a little bit lower. The same way that if price just wants to go all the way and comes back into this 118, we could also do that. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky to look for. Yeah, intraday maybe there was some short opportunities in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and goes into the pound quite similar, even though the pound had a little bit more of a clear bullish momentum in these last few days, maybe because of the budget in the UK and everything else. The reality is that now it's ranging a little bit in here as well, but potentially could even go higher. Even though on the pound we are actually also respecting the previous level of support resistance, quite obvious that price ended up respecting in the past. So maybe that's a level to expect as we are looking some resistance, but eventually price could even go higher, or it can come back into this 132. So if price wants to come back into this level, it could also do so, but potentially could also go a little bit higher.
I think GBP USD looks much stronger than EU in a sense. At least on a local time frame. On the higher time frames, it does look weaker, but local time frames, there is definitely some strength here.
Yeah, we had a bigger move. We had a bigger move on the pound. I think it was again because of the news regarding the budget that was announced last week. So that created more volatility, more momentum into the pound, while the euro was a bit more stuck where it was.
Got Richard in the background. Let me know if you're ready to join. All right, welcome. Welcome. How's it going?
I'm good, and you guys?
Good. I'm a little bit tired today. Tired. I also just ordered food. I'm very hungry. I'm just thinking about the burger I just ordered. That's why I wanted to bring you on as quickly as possible.
That's what I've come to expect from you, Jonatan. It's just like whenever we come on, myself and Will, we know it's your lunchtime, and you're going to be thinking about food and nothing else. So
yeah, definitely.
Go have your meal. Oh, by the way, what burger is it? Is it a smash burger? Is it like a double patty?
Yeah. For those of you who, sorry, we got Will in the background. You can't hear him, but he's screaming the chicken burger. No, actually, it's not a chicken. So every time I eat out, I never eat chicken because I always eat chicken at home. So it's like I get to live a little. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure what I ordered. I called up the restaurant and I said I want one. I want meat, and basically that's all I said. So let's see. What type of meat? We'll see.
So
I don't know what.
If you're playing roulette, you're gambling on what you're going to have as a meal today.
Yeah, but
he basically just said surprise me.
Yeah, pretty much like, hey, I want meat. Okay, 10 minutes. Good, thanks. Bye.
Fair enough.
That's it. Yesterday, though, no, that was not yesterday. Sunday, I had a chicken burger. That was a good one. Like, chicken burgers are not too bad. They're not too bad.
I prefer a chicken burger over a beef burger.
You love chicken, so it makes sense.
And so what I ordered was a chicken burger, which is fried chicken, which is amazing. And then I ordered like fries, and then on top of the fries, you have like buffalo wings. It's amazing.
We have a burger like that here at a joint very close to us that also has but it's ribs. So you have like thick cut ribs, and then on top of that you have chicken wings on the burger.
Oh, nice.
It's so difficult to eat. You end up like just taking everything apart, and
You get it like you're supposed to eat it with your hands. You get it like that, and then you're like, and I ate it in the car. It's just like, yeah, you didn't really look.
you hold the burger in your hand and you look at your waiter like, how?
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
How
How
work?
It's a good burger.
Can you give me a shovel or something? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It won't fit.
Turn into a snake and dislodge your jaw.
Yeah. All right, guys. I am hungry. There's no time for small talk. I am going to run, get my burger, and I'll be listening in the background. As you know, Remy is not here today, so we're gonna take care of all the technicals ourselves here today. So if there's any issues, just let me know.
Awesome stuff.
Well, Remy
Alright,
deserves
Man,
the day
enjoy
off.
your burger, my man.
Enjoy.
Yeah. See you soon.
Cheers, Jonatan. What's up, Pedro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. How are you guys doing?
I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby.
Are you sure?
What's the session?
That sounded questionable. Has something happened since I saw you this morning?
No. It's just. Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
I'm good.
glad. As long as you're okay, mate. As long as you're okay.
Will, is it just me, or is Will's volume a little bit low?
Shouldn't be. Oh, am I on the wrong microphone again?
No, I think you're okay. I cannot hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm on the right microphone.
Should I talk to you like this? Is this better?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, definitely not. We do have the same microphone though, so it's nice.
Wait, you have the same mic as me, didn't you?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, you should. Yeah, it should be okay. I haven't played with the settings. Let me see if it's like volume settings. No, full volume. Are you sure you don't have yours turned down again, Rich?
No, because I can hear Pedro perfectly, and you, I don't know, it feels like you're speaking far from your mic.
Well, isn't it your lucky day? You can't hear me perfectly.
Well, I like listening to you, mate.
Well, at least someone does.
Yeah. I'm not going to be that guy today. No. I'm going to be nice guy today.
You're feeling like a nice guy. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I haven't changed anything since this morning, so I don't know. Let me know, like, guys. Can you guys in chat hear me? Okay. Do I sound alright?
I don't know, mate. To me, it sounds like you're very far from your mic, and it's not really picking you up that well. But that's just me, so it might just be me.
Pedro, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, that's good. Maybe, dude,
right.
maybe it's just you. I'll try and move my mic a little bit closer to me, but I don't think that's the issue.
Should clean my ears out, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Get your cat to lick it out or something. Well, they clean. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair. Ignore me. Ignore me. Right. Okay. How are we doing, guys? What's good? How are we all doing on a fantastic Tuesday? A terrific Tuesday, should we call it? How's your week started, Pedro?
It's good. Relaxing. Trying to see what the expectation is for tomorrow. I think
Yeah,
for the Fed. Try to see if you're going to get a little bit more of clarity on the direction for the next few days. I'm looking for sales on the US indices. That's basically what I've been entertaining. I catch a sale yesterday on the NASDAQ, but I think price could still maneuver a little bit more around those highs, and then we'll see what will happen. In terms of FX, I'm a bit, especially dollar, I'm still a bit indecisive. I don't really have a clear direction yet on if it wants to go higher, if it wants to go lower. It's also far from usually the levels that I like to trade, so I'm just waiting at this point.
Yeah, nice.
So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. What about you guys? What are you guys looking at? You guys trade more intraday, which will be more what's going on the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes type of situation, correct?
Yeah. So I was trading gold today. That was okay. That was I hit a full TP, but I was a bit peeved off. because I didn't risk as much as I wanted to. I contemplated. I was like, do I risk like full risk? Do I risk? I was never going to risk 1%, and the reason I wasn't going to risk 1% is because I'm not out of the woods yet. I'm not out of drawdown. So I thought to myself, like, do I risk 1%? Do I risk 0.5%? Do I risk like 1/4%, which would be 250? And I thought, I may just do 250. And then I looked at it and I thought, no, because it's my breakout. In fact, I'll actually break it down for you. Let me bring, I just realized, let me bring my chart up because I haven't brought it up yet. So there we go. Right, let's bring my chart up so you awesome people can see it. There we go. So this is your GPY. Let me go on gold. So gold. This was gold today, and it was so nice. Like it was, perfect. It was absolutely magnifique. And we were over here in this consolidation on the 5-minute and on the 15-minute, and it just looked beautiful. We had this low here again, guys. I do apologize. I haven't changed my my batteries on my mouse yet. We had this push up, pullback. Low. And then we had this continuation up, created a higher high, breaking and closing above the previous high. Order flow, price structure was all moving in my direction. I thought, nice, lovely stuff. I thought, can we have a break and retest? So we had the break and close. We retested back into this zone here, and we consolidated. And I thought, dude, this is going to be nice. If we can break and close above this consolidation high, I am going to trade this. So I wanted two. I wanted a break and close above, and I wanted a break and retest. As you guys know, I like to split my risk in half. So I risked $125 for a 1-to-1. I think it was actually $115 in the end, but $125 I wanted to risk. So that would have made a $250 risk to reward if I managed to get my break and retest. And what happened? I got tested. Brilliant. It broke and closed, entered on a 0.15 lot size, risking $125. I wanted to see it tap into here, which would have then tapped me into my second order, which would have allowed me to have $250 take out TP today. Now, it didn't. So I only managed to pull out $115 today. Now, I didn't mind that too much, but I could. This was a pure A+ setup. I could have gone in with 0.5% risk, meaning I'm dividing my risk by 0.25% risk per trade. So I was a little bit, annoyed and frustrated at myself that I didn't do that. Like, was it maybe a bit of fear that, I'm getting close to my break even? Maybe I didn't want to over risk and didn't want to risk losing 0.5% if this reversed. But I don't know. I was a bit frustrated with myself, but look, profits, and I still banked $112 after $1 commission. But I don't know, it annoyed me a little bit, but it was still a full TP. So it was still a 1-to-1 R trade TP. So I'm good, but that was my trade today.
Nice.
It was, and your target is fixed, right? You just wanted to target the next high.
Not necessarily. So I like the sort of low-hanging fruit. So here was where I was entering. My low-hanging fruit would be my next high. So we had a potential point of reversal, or a potential area of reversal here. And in all fairness, it actually did struggle. Like we got to here and we started wicking and like really struggling, and then we pushed through it. So that was really nice. But yeah, my low-hanging fruit was this high just up here. Now we could have targeted higher, but again, I was happy to get out at my low-hanging fruit, which was a 1-to-1. But ideally, I do like to see a 1-to-2R, especially if I'm intraday trading. Like if I'm not at the on a live stream trading, which isn't as often anymore, I will come to the market, clock up a 1-to-2 or chart up a 1-to-2R, place it, walk away.
And notice what that gold trade is, mate.
Go on.
It's a rally-based rally.
Dude, it is. That's what I mean. Like, I'm looking at these rally-based rallies now, and I'm like, I wonder if I can implement some form of Richard Butler's strategy. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe on EUGU, because I don't trade EUGU as much anymore.
EUGU is... EU today was just...
just growl at it, Rich.
Yeah. We're printing a little bit lower on, or were, let's rather say, printing a little bit lower on pound, but now we've reached the, let's say the low of just let's say, what is this, Frankfurt Open. We hit the low basically of the Frankfurt Open at the moment, and we had this nice kick away trying to push higher, but I don't know, mate. Like, GU and EU for me is in a very strange place at the moment. EU, the whole, since last night, about 8 o'clock my time, we've pretty much been consolidating. So we have these segments of consolidation, and then we have a breakout. Price drops lower. We have this area of consolidation here. Price breaks up, goes higher. We have consolidation over here. Let me switch that off because that is annoying. We have consolidation, and the whole of, let's say, coming into the Tokyo session, we had a very small break above, basically into this area of consolidation there. We're just consolidating here as well. We had an attempt at a break to push lower. Misclicked. Back into this area of consolidation. Price again broke out. Back into that consolidation. So we're in a very, very strange area for me at the moment, especially since yesterday. We're kind of just stuck between two areas and hopping between them with no real volatility. Obviously, this is during Tokyo and the end of the New York session coming into Tokyo. But even coming out of Tokyo, you would have expected some movement. We literally just took a little bit of liquidity. We started moving higher. We equaled the highs effectively over here with that, and then we started lower, and now we've reached yet another area of consolidation. So intraday on EU for me is just absolute horrible. It's not running in any sort of direction. It's waiting for something. And I said yesterday that I believe that EU and GU is going to really just not quite go anywhere slowly and then, or anywhere quickly, and it's going to wait for news. So I'm expecting today's news to have some sort of reaction, but I think tomorrow's news is going to be the real market mover on EU and GU. Other than that, I think EU and GU is just flat. Even this movement here from yesterday is just, you had this very slow downward channel and then a break, a retest, and then a continuation higher effectively on that channel. You did not even break the highs of the day. You kind of just stopped there. You reversed again, came back into this downward channel, and then you just slowly but surely started moving your way up. You flattened out yet again, attempted a break, failed, more consolidation, attempted a break, failure, coming back into the consolidation and not really going anywhere. You're really not moving anywhere particularly. And this each one of these candles is like, it's so small, such small candles. Then eventually you have a break. Eventually you have a break. You reach the high of the day, and now it does look like you're going to start having nice upward structure. Makes a higher low in relation to this previous low, and then just follows up with a lower high in relation to this one. And guess what? It turns. So you're going into this, we're establishing a trend intraday, and then it breaks. And we go back into consolidation. And then you establish yet another trend, go into consolidation, it breaks. But at no point do you get follow through. You don't get a follow through on the trend. So this is all very low. This is on the 5 minute. If you look at the 15 minute, it looks even worse. Let me remove all of these drawings and then go to the 15. It looks even worse, mate.
Just seeing some feedback. So Annie, how you doing, Annie? Good to see you in. Nice trade this morning, by the way, Annie. Let me know how your EJ got on. Was it UJ? I think it's EJ. I can't hear. Sorry. Sounds fine. Sounds fine. Will, awesome stuff. Unbiased trader saying I can't hear William. Unbiased trader, let me know if you can hear me now. Just because I've moved the mic, I've really extended the mic. It's like it's full stretch, so it's closer than it usually is to me. Maybe I was just speaking a bit softly earlier. MGM saying he is a bit soft from time to time, but it probably because he isn't talking into the mic most of the time. So yeah, Will sounds better now that it's closer to you. Okay, awesome stuff.
Yeah. No, that's good, mate. At least people know that you've tried something and it sounds a little bit better.
Yeah. So let me know, guys, if it is better or not.
So the thing that I'm saying is that GU is doing the same thing, but it's a little bit wider spread. So you have this very nice order block over here where price has now come into, and it seems as though it is reacting off of it. But the problem is that the downward area here is very weak. So you have reactions over here where price attempts to go higher, and you're still stuck within like this bit of a range, even though you've kind of like wicked your head above it and tried to push higher. If this area over here was weak, then you would have expected price to hit into it, try to move lower, and then start picking up. But it's just not. So right now, it looks as though it wants to push lower. Okay, cool. Great. So where do we aim when we're going lower? What do we want to break? If you go towards the left and you go up to a higher time frame, you'll notice that there is, there is a lot of bullish movement in this whole section here. So you have all of this down here for you to come and test with very little to prove that it wants to go lower. Let's rather just say. So to me, GU and EU is in a very, very strange place. Very, very strange. This action over here is just unappealing. Completely. And even during intraday, the moment I start getting a trend, it gets broken and immediately starts turning in the opposite direction. So to me, EU and GU is really playing with my emotions, and I really don't like it at the moment. EU and GU is just it's just bad. Where it's just at this point in time, it seems as though my strategy is really struggling when we've got action like this. So not a happy camper, to be dead honest with you, when it comes to EU and GU. Not very, very particularly happy with it.
I think it's the same with everything at the moment. You know, I think it's I'm going to say it, and I'll probably say it now for the next 3 weeks. It's just December price action. It's Christmas
Fair.
markets.
Fair. Agreed.
Yeah. When I look at the pound dollar, I like your analysis. I think EU at the point is a bit more complex in terms of the price action when you're reading it on the lower time frame.
Yeah.
I think the pound, for example, this top, it would be a level that when price reacted this order block, it's a perfect level to potentially look for a trade. I don't know if it was possible or not. Maybe it was too aggressive, but this could have been a great level to potentially trade it. The way I'm looking at it is, prices took this important high last week. This was a level that we've been kind of waiting, potentially could have some liquidity after price takes this level. Price has been quite bullish in the last few days, especially last week, and price kind of approaching a level that has been worked as resistance also a little bit more in the past. This level around 133.90, something like that. So our price has been holding it as a resistance or support level in the past, and this stopping here could be visible as a level to collect some liquidity. But more important than that is that we started to have this reversal price action. So we have a double bottom clear at around this level. Price is still bullish, goes higher, but then we have kind of this initial attempt to go go lower with this wick, and then you have the final fake out. Okay, so that's usually a pattern that you can see many times. Is whatever price is bullish, eventually when you do break to downside, then eventually you're going to end up with an extra taking the tops, and then you finally may have the follow through to the downside, and you start having that. So price kind of make that move, fake out not just the top on the left, but also kind of the tops recently, and now we have a new break to the downside in here. Personally, I actually been waiting a little bit more for price to get closer to the extreme, but he never really got there, right? So price kind of respected its left shoulder. Is now a Quasimodo pattern. For anyone that tries to trade Quasimodos, this now becomes a Quasimodo. They have a clear left shoulder, price break structure, it has the head, takes the lows, and comes to respect the left shoulder at around this level. So it's a clear Quasimodo pattern in here. And then what we have after that is that price eventually has a follow through and it continues to break new lows. So at this point, it looks like that price in the lower time frame is showing a bit of a bearish level. Now on the higher time frame, maybe we are still bullish. Maybe that's something to consider. In the higher time frame, maybe price still wants to go a little bit higher. On the lower time frame, it's a bit bearish based on why price is breaking these lows. And I agree with you. I think price eventually it has kind of this range in here that eventually could go and fill. I'll be paying attention a little bit to this previous level support resistance. Usually sometimes price tends to respect them, but actually price for example, ends up breaking this level now. I think it has everything to go and correct this level. Actually with the POC as well, if you draw from this low to this top, that's actually kind of where the concentration is as well. It's around this level in here, which kind of starts aligning quite nicely. But this morning, when I look at this level, when price starts breaking these lows in here, I actually like this fact. I actually really like this low in here, which is basically price is only needing a support level. It starts showing indication that it wants to go higher, but actually before it goes higher, just comes here and takes these lows. Like usually this is kind of one of those engulfs that for me price wants to go lower. Now, otherwise there is no reason for price to actually take these lows if the idea is just to go higher. Why to take these lows if you want to do that? And then where price would eventually go, I think this supply was already taken by this one, and this one of the last ones that is still fresh. So basically where price eventually would go there. So basically almost ignore everything that's going on in here. All this has been traded or reacted from, and everyone that is also still looking for shorts from this level is still looking for shorts from this level. Look at that, price even broke this level this morning. So you can imagine that more people are trying to short it from around here after price breaks this low, and price is respecting this top, the same as this top, and everyone is placing their stop losses basically just above this level. So there you go. Everyone got stopped out in here in this move, especially after price breaks this low, which looks like the price is ready to go down. And where did price go? Again, just that order block that you mentioned. It's kind of one of the fresh levels that is still around this level. Again, I still didn't consider a little bit higher, but it's totally okay from here or from there, where levels where price would go. So what's missing at this point? I think kind of agree with you. Maybe price starting to actually show that is breaking this next structure in here, and maybe can finally follow through and go more to the downside. As you mentioned, I don't remember now what exactly expression that you used, but this looked weak. I think that is something that you mentioned like this. These lows looked weak a little bit because price actually already reacted from them. So I think if you do actually end up breaking this, I think price can not easily, but more naturally eventually break this level, and then we get into that next range that you are talking about, or price getting into here. So if looking at the pound dollar just based on this, I think that could play out. I think price could do something like that and eventually keep respecting these daily highs in here. This was even during the US Open, the London Open, which is nice level to create maybe a top and price to move. On the euro, it's a bit different. Euro, for example, the pound is more in a ranging kind of horizontal. Euro is more into something like this.
Yeah.
It's a bit different, and maybe the euro, in my opinion, may have already even touched a potential target that could eventually push price a little bit more to the upside. So that creates a bit of a divergence in here between the euro and the pound. But the same way that euro could even maybe get a little bit deeper into here. But in the euro, I actually would like it to go a little bit higher. If you are just literally looking and analyzing the time frame, I like the way you analyze it. I like to look at your analysis. Even though then at this point I kind of start to ignore how this moves in here, these small moves in here, even though kind of you pay attention to them. I just, when I do my analysis, I kind of just pay attention to the extremes of the levels. To be this one, it would be to see that price breaks lows and kind of just wait for this, ignoring a little bit all this that's going on around these levels in here. Even though they can be tradable, 100% they can be tradable, especially on the lower time frame, and if you are kind of going into the right directions, they can actually be tradable. But sometimes, as I mentioned, they can give fake signals of, oh, break structure, price wants to go lower, but then price just goes to fill the other extreme in there. Yeah, that's price action on the lower time frame, basically.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So I was gonna say, Pedro, how do you trade? Like, what would you say is, if you were to sum your strategy up in a quick, short sentence, how would you describe it?
Yeah, so I like to trade extremes. So this for me, for example, it would be an extreme, kind of from the swing high, maybe to do swing low, and try to just find trades within kind of these levels. But then I like to look for specific patterns. It could be a Quasimodo or something like that as reversal pattern within those levels. And for me, it's even better if there is a lot of noise in between. Okay, price action has already been trading a lot in here, which is attracting a lot of people to sell in here, but they forgot that the extreme is in here. So then price would just move in here, fake out everyone in here, spike really, quite a similar example like this, a quick move up. Hopefully, I can manage to get then in here, and then just trade all the way.
Dude, I like that.
That would be basically what I would do. So I try to avoid as much as possible these levels in between, to not get trapped into that, and just focus on the fresh levels that are at the extreme. But then I pay attention to where price is reacting on the left, and so on and so forth. But that could be a little bit of a combination.
That's a smart way of approaching it.
Yeah. So it's about wise patience. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, yeah. So how long would you wait? Not necessarily be in a trade for, but how long would you wait for a trade to set up? Because, like, with that theory, surely you're going to be waiting some time. Like, you've got to be really patient to be, like, waiting in the markets for all that garbage to clear out, for you to get that spike up into an extreme, supply or demand, and then look for a further entry criteria, then enter into your trade to follow up on the move.
Yeah, so it depends honestly on the time frame and on the size of the range that you want to trade. For example, I remember this trade in gold.
So I'm guessing you're not necessarily a higher time frame trader, but I'm guessing you're higher than I'm going to go with like 1 hour to 4 hour.
Yeah, so I like to look for those ranges on those time frames, but then I can trade intraday as well. But for example, I remember this extreme in here on gold, and price basically spent quite a few days or weeks within this level. So we're talking about basically from the 1st of July. Just so you guys know, I was waiting for the trade on the reaction of this level since here, okay? So I wanted to trade this specific reaction of price reacting from here since price created the top. So I wanted already this price to go there. It never went. It went down. Then it starts confirming, which starts breaking structure, which is perfect. But then I remember around this level, this is 1st of July all the way to literally 20th of July. I remember I was joining the live stream during this period, and everyone was asking me about gold, and I'll say, yeah, I'm not really interested in anything in here. I just went to wait for price to go there and to trade it from there. And that's actually then the trade. This is kind of a good example. We have also the reversal pattern in there. We have the Quasimodo, and then kind of that will be the trade. So in this particular case, it will be almost 1 month waiting for price to get there, but sometimes it's of course much quicker. And I don't just trade also these levels. Something else that I like to trade is if price is really bullish just in one direction or bearish in one direction, I can try to trade already the first leg down of price maybe reacting from something on the left side. So for example, especially on FX, if a specific pair is trending for like 5 days in a row, we know that eventually price will at least find some retracement, because FX is not, it's not going to be just trending forever. So that will be, but this is an example. So for example, in this particular case, it will take a month on the pound dollar from yesterday. It will take, if it was just a day, that will take to wait for price to get to the extreme. But actually, I like it. I actually, believe it or not, I actually like it when it kind of increases my confidence of the setup when I do have this noise in between. When I do have the noise in between, I love it because it's just more people getting trapped into it. I just as many people as you want. And then usually what happens is actually similar to the pound, is that the way price moves towards the level, it tends to be aggressive. Like it was in here. Like it's quite quick that price goes there. And then I want to see the reversal pattern in there. Just similar to the pound today. Like the pound today, when it approached that level on the overtime frame, it was in the quick move. Like just zit. It makes everyone looks like it's now bullish as well. The price is ready to go. But no, it just funds kind of a level and then it goes down. So yeah, I like to trade those extremes. That's kind of what I like to look for.
So for that gold trade that you waited a month for, how would you manage that trade specifically? Like, okay, so you have your Quasimodo that reacts basically within a order block. You're waiting for your reversal. You get your reversal. You get your confirmation. You enter. Where are you targeting? What are you trying to keep this trade going for as long as possible? Or
yes,
are you trying to just get that quick little movement and then be out of the market?
It depends as well. In this case, actually, because I had a clear range that I was looking for as well, I actually hold it. But sometimes when I do... So in this case, now it depends on the target, okay? So the target for me is really important. Target is what space I'm expecting for price eventually to move towards to. So because actually price on this particular case had broken these lows, I was looking for price eventually to come back to test these lows as well, if not even lower. Actually, eventually I was looking lower, but I did close my trade. I think I closed my trade eventually in here. But I have a first target. The first target, it will be always the next trade area, which is basically just retesting this next one here. So this is literally the last demand zone that price push up, and I could eventually, in some scenarios, price could just retest this level and eventually continue to go higher. So I did close some part of the trade in here, and then I kept holding. As when I start saying this level being broken, in my opinion, all this is kind of weak, and price now can go to the other range. So I'm looking then eventually for price to go from kind of the upper edge of the range to the lower edge of the range, and try to fill that space. So this is actually kind of a good example. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I got filled. I think I got filled in here, or somewhere, or even on the head. This is kind of a Quasimodo on top of another Quasimodo that happened in here. You can see kind of the left shoulders. The left shoulders for me are the most fascinating thing to look for. If I have this left shoulder in here, and price kind of goes and eventually retests after the fake out, and you have now this double top in here, and price after the fake out comes back and retests that level again. So those are always good levels to look for price to end up reacting to look for entries. It's even better if you do have those order blocks or supplies in alignment with that. So yeah, in this case, I can actually hold it. Sometimes, but again, for example, if I'm looking for a level that I want to trade, but price now respected this demand zone and then kind of goes higher, at this point, I could still see that price wants to just continue, because if this is direction, price is going up, creates a top, comes back, retests the previous low, maybe it wants just to continue the same direction as it has been. So if by any chance I do find any kind of entry in here, maybe price created some kind of structure in here and then maybe to move up. So that's maybe just the only trade I'm looking for. Maybe trade from here towards here, and then maybe price will just continue. And I'm not looking to hold price or the trade to go all the way. And something that I also pay attention is the approach. So if on the approach, when price is finally approaching the level that I want to trade from, if price is respecting every single low on the way up, that for me is quite strong. But if price is trying to have this kind of approach of going up, but now takes a low and then kind of continues to go higher and then creates a range a little bit and then kind of breaks another low, and it starts to attract people to sell it while it's already breaking structure on the way up, that gives me a lot of confidence to then, as soon as price kind of breaks a key level in here, every single level of this is kind of weak because price already broke the previous low, and now price is free to go all the way to the previous extreme where it came from. So the approach also matters quite a lot to me in terms of even what type of target I'm going to be looking for.
Awesome. I see we've got Griff in the background.
Yeah.
Yo, Griff.
Let's replace. Griff is coming in. I'm going out, basically.
One in, one out. Let's go.
Swap over.
Welcome, Griff. Have a good day, guys. Have a good day.
Pedro, have a great one, mate. Awesome analysis. Thanks for that.
Thanks for that, Pedro. Have a great one, mate.
In English.
Thanks, Pedro.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Awesome stuff. Nice and see you, dude.
I missed that. That was really insightful at the end.
Dude, that was an awesome breakdown. Yeah, that was really, really cool. It's a shame that
What I heard was that Pedro agreed with me. That's what I.
You guys are looking particularly HD today. I don't know. Have you upgraded your
Yeah,
cameras,
right.
or has my Wi-Fi got better?
He has.
Yeah.
Your Wi-Fi is better, but his camera's also better.
It's rubbing off on you. You're looking more HD as well now, Richard, because you're next to Will.
Yeah, fair. This is what I was working with.
By proxy, I'm also looking better.
Yeah.
So when I swapped over between like different charts, I'd have this, and then back to that. Whereas now, I've and it goes from this to that.
Brilliant. Have you got a
difference
new
is huge.
webcam, or is it like a proper DSLR
Sort of.
camera?
So when I was recording Funded Freedom, I'm now using the webcam, or I'm now using the
GoPro.
No, it's not a GoPro. It's like a Digi.
Insta360?
DJI.
Got it.
Yeah, so we were using a DJI when we were filming Funded Freedom, and I was speaking to the video editor, and he uses his DJI as a webcam, and I thought, how do you do that then? So, but I managed to Google it, and I managed to find it, and I'm now using the DJI as a camera webcam, and dude, it's amazing. I'm like, wow. Like, if I wanted to, I can double click a couple of buttons. Oh, shall I? It's a lot of effort. Oh, screw it. Let's try it.
Don't worry, you don't have to do it.
Let's try it. No, why ain't it doing it?
I think mine can do that.
Stop doing it. Stop following my face.
Yeah, dude, it's really weird. It like follows your face.
Well,
Now he wants to
I
follow
had a
his
good
face.
idea for the.
Oh, screw it. I can't be asked.
Gimbal. My idea was in the future could have it. Because you can have it pointing straight down at your desk, and then you could show something like you can write something down to do a visual. If you're trying to show someone something, you can literally write on pen and paper and have your camera pointing straight down at your desk, which would be pretty cool. That's my plan with it.
Yeah, this is really cool to do stuff like that. To be fair, like I've recorded so many sort of like videos for like social media and stuff like that. So I've done like intro videos and all with the DJI. It's I didn't realize how cool it was and how capable it is of stuff. Yeah, but no, it's cool. How are you doing, Griff?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I need a shave. My beard is a bit long. Just noticing. I've not looked at myself for a few days, I think. Just been working.
Oh yeah, you don't usually have a beard. You usually clean shaved, don't you?
I normally have a bit of stubble.
Oh, it's a bit of okay, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, same as that. I had a bit of a shave, not yesterday, day before. So I cleaned up the line here, cleaned up my sort of like my cheeks and the scraggly parts. So
Very nice.
gotta try and keep on top.
Are you guys well? You've been keeping okay?
Yeah, good. Yeah, busy, which is if you're not busy, you're bored, as they say.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's been. I thought I was gonna be done before Christmas. Now I thought that was me done. I'm not gonna trade tomorrow. I don't think, because obviously we've got the Fed rate coming out and we've got a lot of high impact news. So yeah, we've got quite a busy day tomorrow. Fundamentally speaking, so can't see myself trading much, but I took a nice trade today, so I thought, maybe I am still in the game, So we're gonna keep playing. We're gonna keep playing until I stop seeing setups. I think I was chatting to Samir yesterday. It was either Samir or I was chatting with you, Rich. I can't remember now, but I was basically explaining that I got probably a week left in me. I think maybe end of next week I'll stop trading completely until, in fact, until I arrive in Hong Kong. I'll stop trading this account now until I arrive in Hong Kong in January.
Good. Nice.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think a lot of traders take a month off.
Say again, Griff.
Sorry, I was just saying that a lot of traders take the month of December off.
Yeah, I know a few. I know a few of the boys that I know who trade full time. They've taken December off completely. Yeah. What about? I was going to say, Rich, what did you say? You're definitely trading tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm trading tomorrow. The thing
Yeah?
is, the news is the afternoon, so the London
Yeah,
session
fair
should
point.
have some
No,
sort
fair.
of movement, should have some in anticipation, let's rather say.
Do you not
Because
reckon it'll be like NFP morning though? Like NFP is completely flatlined right up until NFP.
Yeah, but I mean, go and have a look at the last time we had the fund rate that got changed. And then have a look at how the price reacted during the London session and the day before. It's in that moment. It's like just before they start loading up, and then the move happens. But on the London session, there's still opportunity to trade. So there's still something that you can look for.
True that. Yeah, I mean, there's always something in the market, I suppose. You know, not only that, especially for those of you trading like yen pairs, like EJ, maybe even Swissy. Like if you're trading the Swiss franc, you know, or like GBP, Euro GBP, you know, if you're not trading a major pair, then I suppose tomorrow's just a normal day.
I see Johnny Singh is asking, can I risk 2% in one trade in two-step? I am new to 5%ers, please. You can, but I would say stick to the 1% and less per trade. It's just a better practice. Risking 2%, should something go wrong and the trade doesn't go in your way, you're leaving yourself with very few trades before you get stopped out of your account. So if you're in step 2, so or second step, I'm assuming, or do you mean you're in a 2-step account? So you're in the high stakes. So with the high stakes, you have 10% of drawdown before you fail the evaluation. If you're risking 2%, you're basically giving yourself 5 trades.
Yeah, that's 5% daily as well, mind.
Yeah. But I mean, it's 2% per trade. You've got 5 trades, and then you lose the account.
Yeah.
Now, you either need to have an incredibly high probability of winning, so really high win rate, and very often, in order to have a 2% or let's say 5 trades only to work with. Personally, I would not go higher than 1%. And if you read the T's and C's, they also do say that they do prefer for you to not over-risk, and over-risking is 2%. So I would stick to less than 1% per trade.
Having said that, you know what works for you. Like I've risked 3% on this trade, on this account. I've risked 3% on one single trade. So, I mean, you can risk 2%, but like Rich said, you really do open yourself up to higher probability of losing an account, especially if you're going to hit a drawdown streak. Also, nice back, by the way. You and my brother would tell really well.
Will, not just that, it's the fact that there is a likelihood that you can get limited by the company. So
of course.
Look at your trade, and then they realize that this person is trading 3, 4, 5% per trade, and they're doing it often enough that it becomes way too high of a risk for the company itself, and then they might decide to put in limiting factors on your account. So they will reduce your account risk to the point where you can only trade 0.5%, as an example. So
of course.
Even if you can trade 3% or 2%, I would advise against it.
I mean, I can't speak on that because I've never been or known anyone to be, certainly not with the 5ers anyway, to be limited. However, if you are trading an outrageous risk, then risk management for the company has got to step in at some point. So
there's many cases in the Discord where people have.
I'm sure. I'm just saying I've not experienced them. So I struggle to speak on that behalf. So you're gonna have to take Rich on his word for that one, because he's obviously seen cases of that. So clearly, risk management for the company, for obvious reasons, would have to step in. But that just don't trade like an idiot. It's pretty pretty easy going. Think about the accounts for longevity. So always Like my max risk now would probably be 1 to 2%. And I probably wouldn't do that in a live account. My live account risk would probably have to be 1% max. But
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. I would never, absolutely never trade more than 1% per trade. Never.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, though. But everyone's different, you know. That's why I say, you know, it depends on your strategy. Like I know some fantastic traders who won't risk under 1%, and you know, so they risk about 2 to 3% per trade, and they are insane traders. But they've got a high win rate, so when they do lose, they'll lose like 1-2%, maybe 3% max. But they won't lose that often because their win rate is so high. But again, you know, they have high risk of blowing the account, and there's consistency. Like they are consistently risking 1.5%, 2%, 2.5%, 3%. They don't go over 3. They don't go under 1. You know, so they're pretty consistent within that level. If you're 1 minute you're risking 0.5%, then it's boom, 3% risk. Then it's 1.5%, then it's 2% risk. Back down to 0.25% risk, then it's 3% risk. You know, it just shows inconsistency, and it shows that maybe you're potentially gambling. That is going to be a massive red flag when it comes to the risk management for the company. They're just going to be looking at you thinking like, this guy is dangerous when it comes to his risk. So like they will have to step in as a company, I would imagine.
Yeah, but like they say, when in doubt, read the T's and C's. Or
exactly that.
Yeah, just go to support and ask them.
Yeah, because like, I'm one of those people that hate reading T's and C's. I will read them, you know, because you know you have to. And if you're not going to read them, then you know don't be surprised if you have an account taken off you because you've blown the rules. You know, read the T's and C's. But if you're ever confused or have a question about the T's and C's, guys, the support behind the scenes are insane. You know, chat to support. Daily vlog. Hello, Will. Yo, what's good, man? How are you doing? Hello, Pedro, Will, and Richard. How are you doing? Hello, Griff from Annie. I was almost lost in the discussion. Can't remember what discussion that was now, but yeah, fair. if you ever want us to slow down or explain something, just mention it, because we sometimes get a bit carried away. You know, we get excited talking about price action. A bit like, you know, we were having this discussion with LJ yesterday when the markets weren't moving about cars. Us traders are very much like kids in cars. You know, we're like boys and toys. Yeah, it's literally just a matter of we start talking about a certain setup or a certain strategy, and then we get, you know, start speaking a little bit quicker, and then, you know, next minute we know we're diving into the depths of it, and you know, maybe you guys are getting a bit confused. So do let us know if you get a bit confused. We will slow it down and break it down for you guys. Johnny Singh saying, I am new in the 5ers, please. Well, welcome to the 5ers. Welcome to the best club in town. Make sure you subscribe. In fact, for each and every single one of you, if you are new here, make sure that you subscribe to the channel and make sure that you click the bell notifications. I mean, you don't need to click the bell notifications because you know for a fact we are live every single day, Monday to Thursday. In fact, we're actually live on a Friday as well in the Discord, aren't we? Yeah, so we're live every single day. So you don't have to click the bell notification. You just come straight on to our channel and you know that we're live. However, make sure you like each and every live stream, because it does mean a lot to us for the growth of the channel, and sort of kind of makes us feel good as well. You know, the more likes we get, it's like, oh, they like what we do, they like what we're talking about, so it encourages us to be better streamers.
You know, last week we were speaking a little bit about gamifying prop firm challenges and people that risk high percent, pass phase 1, pass phase 2, get a payout, and then blow the account. You know, the objective just to get a payout rather than
cash cow in accounts. Yeah,
like short term get a payout rather than long term getting several payouts. And I think you know, risking high 2% unless you've got a high win rate, it is kind of treating prop firm challenges as though they're disposable. Yeah. I get that impression from what Johnny's asking, unless, like you said, maybe he's risking maybe his TP is at like 0.5R and his stop loss is at 3R. You know what I mean?
yeah. There's
That's
like
how you get a high win rate.
Yeah, there's like low risk reward, and then there's that. You know, low risk reward and high risk.
So if you go onto the5ers.com and you go and look at the T's and C's, and then from the T's and C's you go and have a look at, is there anything else I should know about risk management? There is a little questionnaire, a little article that basically gives you the suggestion from risk management, basically from the 5ers risk management, saying for a stop loss, the 5ers suggests an ideal risk management recipiency that requires submitting a proper stop loss order with every position. We all know this. This isn't new. This is typical stuff. You don't trade without a stop loss. There it's written. And then on top of that, if you read through this, it is suggested, although not required for every position, market order or pending order, or pending limit order, to contain a stop loss at a price level which represents a maximum monetary risk of 1% and preferably less. So this is what I'm referring to. When you go and look at T's and C's, you will see that it's written there. You just need to read through it properly, and then you will see the information. It's there. So Johnny, the information is on the T's and C's. Like I said, it's not a requirement, but it's a suggestion. That's why I said suggest going less than 1%.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, it's not a requirement, but it's a high recommendation. It's almost like they're saying, look, guys, you're not stupid. We're not forcing it. We're not forcing you to do so.
You're not forced to do it.
Yeah, use some common sense sort of thing. That's like the 5ers way of saying, guys, that come on. You look after the accounts. We're given the opportunity to trade with a lot of capital here. Treat it with respect, basically.
Yeah. So that's why I'm just saying the information is there. If you are looking for it, you can find it on the T's and C's. The information is there.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully, Johnny, that answers all your questions, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rich, for bringing that up.
Pleasure, mate.
Dude, GU. Mate, what? It just dropped equal, if not more, than what it actually rallied for earlier this morning.
It's about equal, mate.
Yeah. That's crazy. In fact,
all of that rally that we had on GU, all of it. Same with EU as well.
From the 1 hour, it doesn't look like much of a rally.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the 1 hour, it's just a blip. So let's have a quick look. On the 1 hour GU, that's 1 minute. Yeah, fair. It doesn't really look like a rally. It just looks like a standard move.
Yeah, we just took yesterday's highs and
then moved back down.
Yeah,
literally that. Same goes on EU. We rallied up, broke and closed above the high, pulled back. I thought that we were going to hold at this level here. I kind of thought, well, I wonder what's going to happen here. But it just straight through. And then again, dropped down, pulled back. We're in a pullback stage, and then again, just drop down further underneath this low. Could this sell off now? What's this looking like on the 1 hour?
On which one? On EU?
Yeah, EU. EU and GU are very similar on the higher time frame. Like even on the 1 hour, it doesn't actually look that nice. Dude, price is just a bit slow right now, isn't it? Right, I can't seem to... Pedro, go away.
He's with us in spirit.
He won't go. I put him to the bottom for a minute. Okay, I actually can't get rid of Pedro. Okay, he's gone. I was like trying to get rid of him. I was like, why won't he go? Alright, he's gone, guys. R.I.P. Pedro. He's gone.
Gold is the same thing as well. Gold rallied into a previous area of interest and just wicked it and kind of consolidated and attempted to push lower, but with very little follow through. So
kind of like
have news today.
Maya. Hang on. Why isn't it loaded on mine? Oh, it's not loaded. Oh, now it's loaded. There you go. Justice for Pedro. I've got both. I've got the stream on YouTube after yesterday's technical issues up on my monitor above, whereas I've got my the streaming software here and then my trading sort of terminal here. It popped up saying justice for Pedro. I went to bring it up and it hadn't loaded on the stream. I was like, oh no. Yeah, justice for Pedro. That made me giggle. Fair play. Gold's looking nice, man. I want to see it pull back. I don't know where I want to see it pull back to. Then I'd love to see it continue on up. Mate, I really don't know where I want to see gold come back to.
For me, when in doubt, I always look for my bases. I always look for an area.
Yeah, that's what I got here.
An order block, as Victor likes calling it. Just an area where there was some volumetric movement out of it. Or an area of consolidation. Unfortunately, there isn't much of a consolidation at the lows of the day. But there is a semi-order block on the higher, not on the higher time frame, but like on the 15-minute basically. So there is one 4190 to about 4185 on the 15-minute. There is an area there potentially, but if you look towards the left, it doesn't really coincide with a supply/demand zone. It's purely a area where we tried to break the upward trend and then failed. That was it. So it's not confluenced with a supply and demand area. So I don't know if this is the area that will be tested.
This is what I want to see in gold. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see it. We've wicked below this consolidation now. If we can break and close above some highs on the sort of micro time frame on the 5-minute. That 5-minute looks really strong bearish. If we can break and close above some highs on the 15, that'd be quite nice. If not, we've got a 5-minute imbalance here or fair value gap. If not, if we keep pushing down, then we've got this really nice zone here. It's a break and retest of the lower time frames. It's also within the 6-1 fib level, so it's within my golden zone, and it's got this 15-minute base candle, which Richard Butler talks about, or order block as who talks about order blocks? It is Victor, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think that really counts as an order block. Order block is at the end of a move or the beginning of a move.
Oh, okay, fair. If that's the case, then it's just a standard base. So just Richard Butler valid. Yeah. So this is what I'm hoping to see. If we can consolidate, ideally, if we can pull back to around about 41.89, consolidate for a bit, break and close above, and then rally up. I think that would be the nicest price action that we're going to see on gold, but we're too late in that. I think that we need this to be London. We need to be in London session right now for what I want to see play out today.
I mean, the hourly does not give me confidence that it wants to push higher, though.
True. Yeah, true.
I don't know, Griff, what your opinion is on the hourly on gold right now, but to me, it's a little stuck here. It's a little bit.
If you look to the left as well, we've got that massive consolidation move, just that massive range in move.
Yeah, it's tricky to say. I think we're still very much within the high and low, which were formed at the beginning of the month. I can see where you're looking at right now. We've got this like descending channel and a breakout, but that breakout has a big wick. And the descending channel isn't really... I mean, it's taken out the low from December 4th, but the low from December 2nd is more significant. So we could potentially move higher, but I don't think we'll break out of the range until we break the December 2nd low.
Yeah, fair. I don't know. We'll only time will tell, I suppose.
Yeah, and the thing is, Friday's high as well, the 5th, was lower than Monday the 1st's high. And You're just kind of like stuck in this. It's a very large range, but you're kind of like stuck between these 2 points as of right now.
Yeah. That's why I'm pretty happy. Like I said at the very beginning when I joined, I'm a bit gutted that my P&L realization is so low. However, guys, I've had one full valid trade. I've had one full TP at a 1-to-1. It was an A+ setup. It was a valid trade. I'm happy in the eyes of my strategy to be done for the day. I'm just a little bit jaded now. I'm a little bit sort of trying not to go on tilt over the fact that it was just my P&L was so low, and I was a bit gutted that I had such a low P&L recovery or such a low P&L gain today that I'm like, oh, maybe I can just squeeze a little bit more. So,
but the question that we had earlier about that, Will, was did you intentionally go with a lower risk to reward, or like a risk rate, let's rather say, that you dropped your lot size purposefully, or was it a mistake that you accidentally enter the trade with the wrong lot size?
No, I think I did it out of habit. So I wouldn't call it a mistake because it's exactly what I wanted to do.
Okay,
but
all right. You can stop right there. Then it means, irregardless of what the result was, that is what you wanted to do.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, 100%.
You don't need to be jaded because the move didn't give you 3x your lot size that you normally would have done because you didn't enter like that.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's what I mean. Like, that's why I'm so happy with the fact that it was a brilliant TP, it was a brilliant trade, brilliant analysis. I put on my regular size. I shouldn't be jaded.
Yeah, there's no reason for you to be jaded.
There's no reason whatsoever for me to be pissed off.
You followed your plan. Everything was as it should be, and you can't trade in hindsight and say, "Oh, I'm gutted because it actually did go and smash my TP. I would have loved it if I put on more."
Because it was an A+ setup, I'm so close to break even. Maybe that's why I didn't put. I don't know. Maybe that's why I didn't put a half a percent risk on, because, like I said, I wanted to see a breakout and a break and retest, and maybe I'm peed off that it didn't break and retest as well as breakout. So I don't know.
No,
maybe I'm just more angry at the fact that it didn't retest me, which it usually breaks out. I get the entry, and it retests, and I get the entry. So maybe I'm just like, oh, that's why I didn't get such a high P&L, is because my step 2 of my trade entry didn't get tagged in. So
second step was not there, and sometimes you're not going to get that second step.
And that's why I have step 1. That's why there's 2 steps. That's why I don't wait for a retest only and go full in on a retest. So truth be told, I'm just being a spoilt brat when it comes to the markets. It's as simple as that.
I think it's because you valued your analysis, and that in hindsight you feel like you didn't back yourself
as much as I could have,
as much as you could have. Like,
yeah, possibly.
You loved your entry, you loved your analysis. You know it was an A+ setup, but you didn't back yourself.
Yeah,
that's kind of like the idea that I'm getting. That's why you didn't go a higher risk, or let's say in this case a higher lot size, so that you can have a potential higher risk.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, so that's the only thing with me today. But other than that, I'm super happy to just call it a quit for today. Be like, yeah, I'm done. Unless I see something I really want to see, like A+, the proper godly trade, and I'm like, oh my god, yes, then I'll jump in. But
have you been trading anything, Griff?
Nothing at all.
No, really? I am shocked.
If I had a trade, it would be the first thing I'd say when I joined.
Probably
Guys, I'm in a trade, and then okay, let's see Griff's chart quickly.
Exactly.
Yeah, he'd probably come on with the biggest smile on his face, even if he hit stop loss, just because he can come on and be like, guys, I'm in a trade.
Yeah, exactly.
So for this year, how many trades have you taken? So far?
Let's see. I can give you the exact number. So far this year, I've taken only 24 trades.
Wow, you're averaging 2 a month.
2 a month. So bad. I'll tell you, last year I was averaging, well, last year I had 81 trades. The year before that, I had 74 trades. The year before that, 2022, I had 114 trades. So 114 in 2022, 74 in 2023, 81 in 2024, and so far in 2025, only 24 trades.
Yeah, 2025 has not been the best year, it seems, for your entries. But how are you still doing profit-wise? Are you?
I'm literally at basically 0% on the dot for this year. Yeah, which I can't complain about. You know, to trade all year and not have lost money. That's the objective, isn't it?
Mate,
To be in the markets and not losing anything. Because that's 0% after spreads and commissions. So technically I'm up a little bit, but after
So
fees and
after
things,
Spreads and commissions just took it out of you.
yeah, I've just paid somebody.
Yeah. You've paid, I mean, you've now had experience in the market for free.
Yeah, exactly. Another year of trading
For 12 months, you
at
should
no
eat.
cost.
I'm going to go on a 12-month fast.
Yeah.
Dude, imagine going to work and then just not getting paid for it.
That's actually what's happened.
Somebody the other day about this exact thing. It's just like, why is trading for a living so hard? And it boiled down to, you can effectively take any other industry, job, profession, whatever you want to, and let's say you're a car salesman and you don't really sell all that many cars that month. In general, your commission itself will be reduced to zero because you're not gaining any commission, but you would still have quote unquote a basic salary.
Yeah.
So there would still be basic things that you would still receive. Sorry, there's a lot of sunlight coming in. That's why everything's going so dark at the moment. The camera is not catching up. It's not Armageddon over here. But so when it comes to trading, not only can you rock up the whole day and put in a full, let's say, 12-hour shift of working, not only can you have zero income for that day, it can actually cost you money. You can lose money on the day. And that, in essence, is why trading for a living is so difficult, because it's not due to participation. It's not due to a lack of participation that can lead to you losing money. It's you can rock up and do everything right and still lose money.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. It's just, I mean, if you had some sort of secondary income from another source that did not require the amount of time investment, you would have that happily, knowing that if I go to trading, it's going to be a massive time investment and not necessarily the equivalent in time return financially. Like Griff just said now, a whole year, and he's effectively gross zero. Net in profit, but gross after deductions, commission spread and all that stuff. You gained nothing. Now, can you imagine doing that?
Can you imagine being a teacher, like a school teacher?
Yeah.
Because I do feel sorry for school teachers, and the reason I do is because I'd feel sorry for myself if I knew that I was a teacher having to put up with someone like me back when I was in school. And could you imagine going to school, putting up with prepubescent teens, or just teens going through puberty where their hormones are all over the place and they're testing the water, testing authority, and they're little shits basically. They're just
young William.
Yeah, a young Will, a young William that just thinks he's just going to test your patience. Imagine going and having your emotions and your psychology tested while you're trying to do the best job you can possible. and then someone charging you for it. Someone saying, you're going to give us 400 quid today. We're not actually going to pay you. You're not going to do it for free, but you're going to pay us. You'd laugh. You'd start laughing, then start crying, and then you'd quit.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know? But no, you do that with trading, and it's like, oh yeah, let me just do this.
Yeah.
And people wonder why we're the way we are.
Yeah. Sorry, Griff. I didn't mean to make it seem like your whole year was a waste.
Waste of time.
No, I understood what you were saying, and I agree. And this is exactly why I got myself secondary sources of income. Because otherwise, this year I'd be freaking out because I've got bills to pay, got mortgage, I've got a child. Like, it was definitely the right decision for me to go and get other sources of income a few years ago, because otherwise I probably would be down this year because I'd be so freaked out. I'd be forcing trades and I'd be taking
100%.
unnecessary losses. So yeah, it's why I can be so chill with trading, because it's like my fourth source of income.
Can you imagine, like,
you're a mushroom cloud of chill at the moment, mate.
you imagine just like me and Rich have to come on tomorrow and do like a public apology because we've just been the cause of Griff like quitting trading.
Yeah, guys, Griff has stopped trading and he's not joining the 5ers live stream anymore.
We just want to make a public apology that we did not mean to make Griff quit trading. But like the thing is, it's the foresight to understanding what trading can be, you know, because without trading, Griff wouldn't be where he is now. You know, I certainly wouldn't be where I am now. Guys, if anything, if I only had this account 12 months, I'd be in the same position as Griff right now. Actually, I'm 1.1% down. So I'm actually worse off than Griff for the year, because 12 months up to now, I've been either passing phase 2, going through drawdown, or clawing drawdown back. So yeah, but this account has been completely break even throughout 2025.
I feel like Maya woke up this morning and chose violence, mate.
Oh, when are you in a trade now? Or just chatting? Maya's like, come on, guys, for God's sake, sort your act out, do something.
Well, that's mummy, but Maya, like Richard was like, I don't mean to make it seem like your whole year was a waste of time, but literally it was. No,
I didn't see this comment. I thought you were on about Mammy.
Yeah.
Again, because it hadn't loaded for me, I was only seeing Mammies, so I thought, oh, that's who Rich is on about. It just popped up, Maya. Rich was like, I did not mean to make it seem like your whole year was a waste of time, but it literally was. Rich, give us some good news. Tell me, like, your account. You know, it's at least tell me you're in profit this year. Lie to me, even if it's not. Lie to me. Lie to us.
So I lost 2 accounts this year. Yeah. Sometimes you're in profit, things go well.
Can we just blame Trump?
Just dandy, and then you lose one of your income sources, and you're like, don't worry, I have a few more, and then you lose another one. It's just like, what's going on, guys? This is bullcrap.
Yeah.
So in terms of being up or down, I'm not up this year on my trade.
just leave it at that. Don't tell us what you're doing.
We'll just leave it there.
Yeah. If Griff quits trading, it will be on Richard.
It will. I'll hold you personally accountable.
Put it in your note just before. Put it.
Yeah.
Make sure you name him in your.
It's such a Richard.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Just having a good time with you guys, and 100%. In all fairness, all jokes aside, I'm on one of my other accounts. I am actually 4% up. Let me check. I'm 4.3.
Yeah, my personal account is up. My personal
Yeah.
account is up, and I have another prop firm account that is up. Not a lot though. But the 2 that I lost this year was a bit of a pill to swallow, mate. Let's just put it like
dude,
that.
I bet. Yeah, no, I bet it was. Yeah. So my personal is up. It's not a huge personal account, so it doesn't really. Yeah. You know, I got a 100k prop, and that's up 4.3%, and then I've also got another prop which is up 1.1%. So I actually am up, but I mean I can't prove that to you guys, so you know I could be lying to you. So I don't really talk about those other accounts that I'm trading. I just tend to talk about this account. So this account, which I show you everything on, is technically down by 1.1% for the year, whereas my other accounts are up quite significantly.
Yeah. Johnny Singh asking, please give me Discord link of 5ers. So, Johnny, if you have paid for a evaluation account or an evaluation account, let's use proper grammar, when you are in the hub where, you know, you've bought the account, basically, paid for the account, there's a chat box at the bottom right of the screen. Once you've paid for an account, go to that live chat box, talk to one of the support agents and request from them to give you the link to the Discord. That is how it's currently run at the moment. So they will confirm, yes, you have an account, and then they will give you the link. Otherwise, you can't get into the Discord. I can give you a link, you just can't use it, because the link that I would give to you is a locked link. So you will not be able to use it. So unfortunately, I cannot.
Trading is hard, said Leash. And yeah, it is. Dude, it is. Trading is hard, man. Well, it's not an easy job, but that's why it's so beautiful. Because
No truer words ever spoken. In a nutshell.
Paul, do you mind just popping me off of screen for a second? I need to.
Dim problem.
Wow.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Super fast. Well, you say dim problem as though people know what that means.
Ninja.
You say it in the group chat as well. You say dim problem as though we.
Dude, I know. I
as well.
say it all. Like the thing is, I say it at home as well. Like my brother doesn't speak any Welsh. My dad's from a fluent Welsh background family, so like, and I went to like Welsh speaking college, so like I learned a lot more Wenglish. I can't speak fluent Welsh. However, I have a real issue with speaking Wenglish. I say dim problem more than no problem. I say diolch a lot. I'll even text diolch, and I'm like, why? I don't know. Even when when I'm speaking to Jonatan, I'll speak to him, like I'll say thank you in Welsh. I'm like, why do I do that? You know?
Yeah, I've noticed you doing that. I think it's funny because they're gonna be like, it's a dim problem, like the light.
It's a
like
low
the lights are
problem.
dim. Yeah, low problem. I mean, it kind of makes sense if you think about it like that.
Yeah,
you
I
just
suppose.
sound like you're
You could
making up
probably
your
break it down
own.
logically. Yeah. Oh my. It's like I'll say good night to everyone in Welsh as well. Like, oh, okay. There we go.
Bring him back.
Guess who's back? Back again.
You're below me now.
I am.
Look down on you. Stay down there, peasant. Definitely Trump's fault. Yeah, Infinity. Let's just blame Trump. He is the reason. I'm gonna send him an invoice for my
Trump.
Yeah, I'm gonna send Trump an invoice for my lost profits.
You know, for a while, I've heard somebody was sending invoices to Google like every month, and because it's Google, they were just paying them. So this guy was making like $100,000 a year just sending random invoices to Google. Yeah, they just didn't know what it was. They just paid him.
Dude, I mean that. If you've got like,
then he had to pay it all back, so it's not ideal.
Did he? Oh, he got caught. Dude, quit.
Yeah,
That's what I mean. Chickens will always come home to roost. I'm a big believer in that. Chickens will always come home to roost. So therefore, quit while you're ahead. If you manage to get even if you manage to do 1 year at 100K, dude, like you're off, out, get out of there, go. You know, secure your profits.
Yeah, and you don't want to push it push your luck.
Yeah, don't push it, because there you go. He got caught, found out, and he had to pay it all back. Don't spend it either. Like, leave it a few years. Chuck it in a high investment account for like 7 to 10 years, and then move away, change your bank account, change everything, and then just you're golden.
Yep.
Wesley, in the meantime, break even rich. Jeez, I'm doing better than Will and Rich this year. His internal voice right now is just congratulating him. Well done, Griff.
Thanks.
Sir, I know how many traders are very good at analysis like me, but why can't I control myself? Sir, tell me something. Motivational advice and advice. Well, my friend, what are you not being able to control yourself at? Because this, if you're fantastic at analysis, are you profitable on a demo account? That's the first question I'll always ask someone. If you're profitable on a demo account, do you have data to prove it? Are you journaling? And then what you want to be doing is give yourself enough data of journaled trades live on a demo account. Then, if you really can't hack emotionally going into a personal account or a prop account, I said this yesterday, hook it up to a trade copier. Buy an account, put it on a trade copier, hook it up to your demo account, and just trade your analysis and trust yourself. That's the best way I could suggest getting over a severe emotional trauma to not being able to trade these sorts of accounts. But it depends what you're struggling with, my man. It depends. You've got to trust yourself. You really have got to trust yourself and trust your data and trust your analytics. Like Rich said a few weeks ago, or a few days ago, you can get, if it's a problem with closing early, like if you want to if you've got a mechanical set and forget strategy, open a trade, set your TP, set your stop loss, and then open up the indicator that locks your account. Like, it'll lock your account until you either hit TP or stop loss. And then as soon as you hit TP or stop loss, your account will open back up and you'll be able to trade it. And there is an algorithm out there that does that for you. So, like I said, it really depends on what you're struggling with, my man. But let us know.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the idea is you need to realize first of all what it is that you're struggling with. Nice stifling a yawn there, Griff.
Dude, I struggle so much with that sometimes. I know how he feels. Yeah.
I don't sleep. So.
I don't sleep. I don't even know where I am right now. So the thing is, when it comes to any issue, before you can just implement something, you need to understand what it is that's the actual problem. So in this person's case, if you go and you reflect back on, okay, I have a strategy that works. Why do I know that the strategy works? Because I have back-tested data that supports it. I have physical evidence that substantiates my claim that my strategy works. That's the first and foremost thing. The second thing is, okay, do I have a problem with risk management? You go and look at, okay, well, technically, according to my strategy, I'm supposed to be a 60-40 trader. So 60% of the time I'm winning, 40% of the time I'm losing. You go and do some mathematical equation to kind of find that point where your risk to reward is profitable on a 60-40. And you can play around with it to get your exact risk to reward ratios to get a 60-40 just above break even, just as an example. Then you say, okay, well, that's not the problem. So what is it? Then you go on to another step and you kind of look at, okay, when I enter a trade, I'm getting emotional. I'm getting fearful, or I'm getting excitable, or something like in that range of emotions. And then you need to write down, whenever you take a trade, exactly how you felt emotionally, exactly why you got into the trade. Did you try and manage that trade while it was running? Like, you can be the best analyst on earth, and the moment you enter a trade, all of your analyses goes out of the window, and you give in to emotion. Now, emotion had nothing to do with your analysis. Emotion had nothing to do with you clicking that button if you were a proper analyst. But now you're in the trade. Now the analyst brain disappears because now you think you don't need to analyze the trade anymore, but your emotional side takes over. And the emotional side is like, I'm going to lose this trade. Oh, So the emotional side is combating that analytical side completely. It's pumping it out of the way. So you need to understand what it is that you're experiencing. And from there, you can start looking at, okay, I understand that this is a problem. What do I need to do to challenge this? Not change it, but just to challenge it initially. And if your idea is that you're over trading and you're taking 6, 7, 8, 9 times the amount of trades that you would like to, start reducing that in half, or try and reduce it in half, or give yourself only a window in which to trade, or give yourself X amount of trades that you're allowed to take on a day, and then after which you are forcing yourself to close the terminal. But understand that even if you do have an EA that can help you achieve this, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to your own discipline. It's going to come down to your own willingness to follow the rules that you set for yourself. And every day that you get to enforce that is a day that you are actually being a disciplined person. And the thing is, it's I think people misunderstand discipline. They think that, oh, you work your whole life to get discipline and now you're disciplined for the rest of your life. No, every single day, every single moment in the day, when there is a opportunity for you to make a decision, if there's a decision point in your life, that is a moment where you get to practice patience. And it's one of those things. You either are patient in the moment or you're not. And the thing is, it's the easiest thing is to just go from I am very patient to I am not being patient. It's the easiest thing, literally. I can sit here and I can decide I'm not going to do that thing and I'm not patient, done. It's harder to maintain patience. It's harder to maintain consistent patience. That's what I'm trying to allude to is if you have a problem, go and deep dive into it, dissect it, each portion of your trading, what portion of your trading is not working, and then try and challenge it. And by challenging it, eventually you will change it. That's the best advice I can give for somebody who's struggling with not, they're a great analyst, but when it comes to trading, they're struggling.
Yeah. You can, going back to discipline, back in what Rich said up about, not being working hard for your entire life and then you have discipline. You can be the hardest working 40-year-old man on planet Earth, and then you can get out-disciplined by a 10-year-old little boy. It's as simple as that. The pure fundamentals of discipline is showing up every single day, even when you don't want to. It's showing up every single day, no matter what, no matter how you feel, no matter whether you enjoy it or not. I think Mike Tyson said, I don't enjoy what I do, but no, was it? He said, I may not enjoy it, but I do it like I love it, and that's why I'm so successful at it. It was something along those lines. So he may hate training, but he'll train like he loves it. Even if he hates it. Even on the days where he doesn't want to show up, he'll still train like it's the most favorite thing he's ever done in his life. And it's about showing up every single day. Like, you can be super hard working. Like, you can be 40 years old and be like, I've worked my hardest for the past 30 years. I don't know if you started work at 10. You can be like, for the past 25 years, I've been working super hard. I've had a job. I've been working as hard as I possibly can. Why am I not disciplined? Okay, yeah, well, you had days off. You took this. You were lazy about it. When you were in work, you were working super hard, but you didn't show up to work every single day. You didn't show that discipline. You didn't show what you're capable of. If you showed what you're truly capable of, then you'd get what you deserve, because you're showing your potential. You're showing what you're capable of by showing up every single day. Keep still working as hard as you possibly can every day. I show up to the 5ers every single day live on stream, and I work as hard as I possibly can. Even like Rich right now. Rich, I don't know if you still have a headache, but Rich had a really
What? The
Yeah, sorry, that was not.
that was
I didn't
that
mean-
sad
I didn't mean-
trombone.
Yeah, I
What
didn't mean to
was
press
that?
that.
Normally we do like a drum roll or an applause when someone joins, Jonatan.
I mean,
I meant to press this one.
oh, there it is.
It's above. It's above the.
Rich is
I'm sorry.
sometimes just sad to be in.
I'm not gonna lie, that was perfect.
I'm a
It's
little
like,
bit sad.
Oh, Richard had this headache. Oh, shame.
Oh.
Shame. Oh,
Oh.
Richard.
Get the violin out.
Well, I am a little bit sad. So for
the
two
world's
reasons.
tiniest
First,
island.
because Griff, you're probably going to be leaving soon, and
Yeah.
they gave me chicken.
No, he gave
They
me
gave me
chicken.
chicken. I said, "Hey, I want meat. I want meat." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, we'll get you some meat." They gave me chicken. Like when you order meat, you're not supposed to get chicken.
I'm not gonna lie. If a vegetarian came up to me and said, "Surprise me," I'm not gonna give him chicken either.
Yeah,
Look,
exactly.
I won't be
Did I
angry
order a
if I got
bird?
chicken.
No.
I wouldn't be angry if I got chicken, but I would be livid if I asked for meat and I got tofu or I got like a veggie burger.
But if you eat chicken every day and then you finally order meat and you get chicken,
I mean, you did ask them to surprise you. Congratulations, Jonatan. You were
know,
surprised.
Oh, very much.
I called the restaurant and they usually have they have one meat meal for the day, and it's never chicken. So I'm like, I just want meat. It's like yeah
Oh,
we have
man.
today we have a special meat. We have bird meat.
Dude,
So
Uh,
they're like, what is
I
this?
bet you.
Meat, sir.
Yeah.
I better
see-
go, guys. I better go.
Consistency.
Sorry.
All right, take care, Griff.
See you soon.
Cheers,
Nice to see you all.
Griff,
Thanks for the
nice one, man.
conversation.
Can we have a massive thank you to Griff as well, guys, and make sure we hit that thumbs up.
Bye.
See you later.
No sad trombone.
Wait, no, it's here. Yeah, let's get rid of Griff.
There we go. The magical twinkle sound. How are we doing today?
Yeah, good man.
I
Yeah, not
have
bad.
tears in my eyes from that sad trombone.
That was such a good timing as well. He just mentioned that he had a headache, and I'm like, no.
No, damn it.
That was comedic timing. Like, even if it was unintentional, that was perfect comedic timing.
Oh man, that was something.
Oh,
yeah, that was something. But
Yeah.
like I was saying about discipline, Rich showed up with a headache. Leave that button alone, Jonatan.
Mammy doesn't like your talks, apparently. It's boring.
Well, Mammy,
Yeah.
it's go. I don't know. Go find a stream that revenge trades and takes trades when there's nothing in the market.
And then we
or
also have Steven says he's enjoying the conversation. It's encouraging.
or be more like Steven. I don't know if that was
Yeah.
sarcasm, man.
Be more like Steven.
Enjoy those that don't.
Yeah. Even if Steven's being sarcastic right now, because be more
No,
like
I-
Steven.
I think Steven definitely means it. I think Mummy was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
let's go with that. HK, yo, hello everybody. What's good, HK? How you doing, my man? Good to see you in today. We missed you this morning, man, but good to see you in. Very entertaining. I'm glad. That's the thing, Again, discipline. We show up even when the markets are doing nada. The markets are doing absolutely nothing. We still show up and try and entertain you. Let us in.
It's a surprisingly boring. Well, not surprisingly. I guess it's with
I'm
funds and everything.
I'm disappointed that it's boring price action, but I'm not surprised. I didn't think it was going to be super entertaining price action today. Although I don't know, London session was nice.
Yeah.
But,
London session gave some really good moves. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a nice long on gold on London session, but other than that, price is just slow. I'm just gonna see what I can get in the markets between now
Gold
and
is moving though. I'm gonna switch over to gold. I think we have if we look at if you look at the 15-minute, we might have some change here if we close this 15-minute candle a little bit higher. But then if we go into the lower time frames, it's just testing the highest of the range. But gold is interesting because now we when I was here a couple of hours ago, we had gold just printing these candles right here, and we just broke this morning. We just broke above here, and then all of these candles have been printing after I left. So we have a different structure here, which I think looks a little bit bullish on gold. So maybe we're going to get that upside move today, maybe up into that region, or just the high area of yesterday. So here. So for intraday traders, I'm thinking gold longs here into throughout the New York session, I think, on an intraday basis.
Yeah, it'd be cool if we can break above now.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Also, guys, why haven't we had any more likes? Keep smashing that like button. We need way over 100 likes. Come on, we got 9 likes to reach over 100. I reckon we can do 150. So make sure you smash that like button, guys. And in the meantime, I'm going to be heading out and going to get myself some lunch because I think my brother's cooking bacon. I can smell it, and it's starting to make me feel sick. I'm that hungry. So
Nice.
I'm going to go smash some bacon, I think. But more importantly, I'm going to leave on these couple of comments real quick. So chatting calmly while trading is perfect. No, absolutely.
It is.
It is absolutely perfect. Another one, honestly, I don't come here to see charts. It is the psychology talks, bruh. 100%. You know, I'm glad that you like what we talk about because it is not just all about the charts or the P&L. Sometimes it's about what goes on up here. So, guys, I'm going to leave you on that one. I'm going to love you and leave you in the very capable hands of Jonatan, and I think Samir's coming on now. So I'm going to...
That's right.
Peace out. I shall see you in about an hour's time, guys, where I shall join Samir for the last hour of the session. But for now, au revoir.
All right, take care.
Yeah. Rorelai said this live is underrated. Thanks, guys. Well, you can help make it more.
Okay, you can help make it overrated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Make it overrated.
Yeah, we're underrated now. Let's make it overrated.
Yeah, let's make it overrated. We rate it highly. Come on, guys, rate it more. Thumbs up, subscribe, all of that. I'm also gonna go.
We want more likes than what we deserve. Just hit the like.
Yes, please. Just hit it. All right, Jonatan, have a good one. Sam, I see you're in the background. Samir, we'll chat with you soon as well. Guys, have a great one. I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right, see you, Rich. Take care. So gold is interesting because you can just add yourself whenever you're ready, Sam. I think you can do that, right? Cannot. Okay. Well, I will add you. There we go. I'll have to fix that.
How are you?
I'm good. I am good. I just looked at gold here, and funnily enough,
Yeah, gold was really giving good momentum today. Yesterday also, I think there was a good sell-off. Today, yeah, it was a nice bullish move.
I think gold looks very bullish because when I were on earlier today, we were trading. I think we were trading, in this range here, and then we continued in that range, and then we dipped down, and that dip down to the downside hit that level, which was untested. And now we, came up into the middle of the range again, and we're kind of reclaiming that as support. So I think that gold is ready to break out here. Probably to the highs of yesterday. Highs of yesterday is around that level.
Yeah, overall, it's bullish only. I think there is a high chance we're gonna see more highs in future. As December is coming, so there is gonna be a little bit low volume. I was planning to buy a challenge actually, but I'm kind of debating with myself. Should I, consider buying it or not? Because
Of course, buy it now.
give my money away.
Yeah.
It's similar to giving your money away. To be honest, I can buy it, but I will trade it after these holiday
Of course. There's. I would probably do the same. I guess it's. I mean, for me, with Christmas coming up and everything, I'm probably not going to be actively trading. And even if I were actively trading, the volatility is very slow.
Yeah.
Not a lot of volatility markets are quite slow. So, but then there are traders that are trading well in these markets as well. I mean, you can look at just look at gold here, for example. This is a for a scalper. This is not really a bad structure to buy
Yeah, for
these
people
low.
who catch some small pips or points, I think there can be some good opportunities for them.
Definitely. But you have to be. The issue with that is you need to be available like all day and watch multiple charts at the same time. Look at
Yeah.
the stochastics here, for example. If you go to the 5 minute, I mean the stochastics indicator or the at least the RSI. Wow, this is not really giving me any. Maybe it's the stochastics RSI I should look at. Take a look. Stochastics RSI should be a quicker. So let's see on the 1 minute. So when trading like low time frame ranges, I do like looking at the stochastics RSI. But any of these lows, you might have been able to make some money in this. But for me, it's just a very stressful way of trading, looking at low time frames all the time. But there is definitely opportunities to make money, even if the market is slow. And we do have the New York session opening in 20 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And
There is a news also today. Yeah.
yeah, let's see. We got at 4 my time. We have, is it CPI or PPI? I can't remember. Let me take a look. It is US. It's the 9th today, and it's the US JOLTS job opening at 1600 Central European time, which is GMT. That's 3, and that is in 1 hour and 40 minutes. About that, 1 hour 45 minutes. We should see that, and that might push price higher if it's something unexpected. And I'm looking at gold here, and I do think that this area here as a low time frame target for an intraday move seems likely, but it's going to be
Yeah, makes sense. And this impulse is also decent. We can see buyers are stepping a little bit. So yeah, definitely, maybe we can see one more impulse to the upside, and
yeah.
then the target, that high that you have mentioned, highly likely that may can meet maybe today. Let's see how news
Yeah,
prints
it's going
in
to be.
price.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. What are you watching? Anything specific today?
I'm not really actively trading. I wanted to, buy a challenge, maybe pass phase one and phase two, because I'm done trading my live accounts, and maybe I will buy, but I will start trading it in January. Yeah, that is how I see,
Yeah,
trading nowadays.
yeah. You also had a January effect when risk
Yeah.
assets move usually a little bit bullish in January. There might be something to trade. Let's see if I can find something interesting here. I think the forex market today is very slow. You might want to look at. Let me know, guys, in the comment section if there's anything in particular you guys want us to look at.
I'll
But I
just
think,
I'll just add some random pairs. I'll just do some analysis. Let's
yeah,
see how other pairs are doing.
we got the S&P 400 is. I don't think it's ready to put in a. Well, it could very well put in a local top right here. We got that. We can we got someone asking for GU. Let's take a look at that. Start with the daily. Okay, so the daily, what I'm watching is a move up to up into resistance. Probably mark out this level as resistance. So on the daily, we're watching GU coming into resistance, and I think we can also add some fibs here to this level. We're sitting right inside, right above the 0.618 here. It's a good level for resistance. I think we can make this a little bit not as wide. Okay, so that's a good resistance on GU. Now let's look at the lower time frames, because I do feel like there's a lot of momentum here. But the fact that we're at that resistance, I mean, the local trend seems bullish, like this local trend right here. But then the fact that we come up and test that resistance, I'm thinking I wouldn't want to go long here unless we break out. And on the 4 hour, 45 minutes might be printing a bearish candle right here. We can see that the bigger move to the downside, like this one right here, initiated on that, like it didn't accelerate once we broke this level. Like it really started accelerating when we hit this level here. We can go into the lower time frames, like the 15 minutes, and just look at price action at that level. That's going to be here. So you can see how it started up here, like that hit of resistance, and price just tumbled down and then had a big move to the downside. So that's obviously an important level. So what I can do here is make this zone even smaller. Let's mark out that level. I think that's what's called an order block or something. Whatever, it fits very well with price action here. So this is resistance, like that is what price needs to get above. And we're at resistance right now, so I'm thinking, screams, the issue here is that this is just a range, but it's or channel. Got that trend line. And then we have a trend line here. Maybe this is a break and retest of sorts.
Yeah, yesterday I think I was seeing the chart the same way. I like this channel, but now we are, the momentum I was expecting, it didn't came. We are coming to the downside. So yeah, it is 50-50 now. The impulse
Yeah,
should
and I
have.
feel like this was,
It was a good channel.
yeah, but now it kind of looks like a falling wedge. But I don't think like falling. This is not really falling wedge, because it broke out here and it didn't respect the trend line. So I think now what we're looking at is just this resistance area, and then we have these horizontal levels within price action here, which is just dictating overall structure. So it's very difficult to get a good read on this market, I would say. But we do have an interesting level down here. So if we look at, yeah, it's isn't it a pennant where you have I believe, no, it's not a pennant, because a pennant has to be symmetrical. Yeah, it is sort of a.
It is kind of a falling wedge only in my. It was actually, but now as
But
we have new information.
If you look at it from this perspective, it's definitely like a bull flag, and a bull flag can be, you know, a flagpole and then sort of a pennant.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be perfect, but it would then need to be like the measured move would be here, and I don't know. I think I wouldn't view this as a bull flag because that resistance is such a strong resistance, and you have a hit of resistance and then back down. I'm not sure. I think the context here makes it difficult to view as a.
let's just say it was a continuation pattern. You can say maybe.
Yeah. But you know, when we look at this level to the left, where I marked out a specific candle that marked the beginning, like here, it marked the beginning of that big down move. If we go over here and we look at this level in the same manner, because basically this was the level that took price on this big move to the upside. So I'm interested in this level here. If GU is going to break down, I believe it might come down and hit this level. Or, of course, we have that support first, which aligns with these levels to the left. But for an intraday trader, let's say you're looking at the 5-minute, there's not a lot of space between this level and the level below. But I think this level breaks, we're probably gonna come down to that level. But if GBP USD is gonna break this, like if this overall trend that we're seeing here, which I look at this as a sort of a swing point, and then if what we are seeing now is this type of pattern, then I think we might come down and test that level. But it's giving me kind of both bullish and bearish ideas here, because you obviously have a break and retest of a W structure right here, and then you might just bounce here and continue this uptrend to the upside. So yeah, it's a difficult one. Let me know, guys, what you think in the comment section on GU. I would be interested to see, would you go long, would you go short, and what type of levels are you looking at in terms of take profit? Samir, maybe you can look at GU. I would be interested to hear what you're looking at.
You can share my screen. Let's see. Let's see how monthly candle is doing, because we might be closing. Actually, it's in the midway. We are not closing. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, this level is really good because we just melted right from here. Very good level in my opinion. And right now we are retesting that level. It is monthly level, guys, by the way. So let's go to the weekly now. Even if we see weekly, price did closed below this candle did closed below. So technically this is a break of structure, and we have this high for now. So technically this is a lower low and maybe potential lower high if I see this particular leg. Of course, I am that kind of trader. I like to see the recent legs, what price is doing. So this recent leg is, giving me a downtrend kind of direction. I'm not really looking at this move. I'm looking at this one. So keeping that thing in mind, this level is also aligning with maybe a potential lower low here, and then I'm sorry, this is lower high and then a lower low. Going to the daily, daily has started to show some rejections here. And if I draw my Fibonacci also, I like to see 71 retracement. Yeah, we are at the 71, and let me erase this EMA. What else we have? Yeah, monthly level, Fibonacci. Now, how we can enter shorts here? We have to see some patterns. Let's go to the 4 hour. Right now, we are in a very bullish leg right here. Still, we are bullish on the 4 hour. So, how I can see here? Let's now plot the EMA. I'll try. I'll just go to the 1 hour EMA. I'll see if price can, go below the 200 EMA and then retest some kind of area. I don't know which area, maybe this area or any Fibonacci area or any, maybe this area. So I would like to take sells once we are under this 200 EMA because that will give a huge confidence because 200 EMA we normally don't cross it, you know, like it needs a little bit more volume. If price has to close below and give a retest, that will be good. So on the higher time frame, yeah, definitely shorts are looking good, and daily is also looking good based on this current leg that we have right now. This is the lower high, lower low, potential lower high, then maybe a lower low. This is just the overall bias, and if you want to go with the intraday moves, yeah, maybe there can be a little bit longs here and there. This is a very good level, so this will be the first target if you're planning for sells right now. And how can you take sells? This trend line break was okay. I would be interested in this trend line break, but this nature is not good. If it would have been some kind of continuation pattern impulse kind of now correction, I would definitely be interested in these cells, putting my stop loss here and keeping my target here. But it is risky right now, so I will see how price reacts to this area. So right now we can reject from here also. So if we close under this area, then our cells can be activated, and this bias that we made based off of daily and weekly, that can be aligned with the 4 hour and 4 hour time frame. So yeah, now it is just waiting game, looking good for shots. But if it gains strength from this area, I don't mind to take longs from here also. So right now we have to wait. Right now we are in the midway. See, we are in the midway. We are not in the area yet. You cannot really take any sells right now. And if you want to take any sell, maybe let's see if, yeah, this was a 4 hour resistance area. Maybe this was an area you could have gone short from. But if you missed it, don't try to enter in the midway. Just wait how price reacts from here. So we have few levels here. We have buying level also, but again, we have to see how price reacts from here. If there is a huge volume, then definitely our weekly and those monthly and daily levels can be activated. You should be a little bit dynamic. It's okay, if you have to change your bias, if you have to see where the impulses are, where the corrections are, where the volume is. I think it is not bad at all to be a little bit dynamic. So we have few levels. Now we have to wait how price behave in that particular level. Buying level is also decent, to be honest. This is a good level just based off of the daily. If I just completely ignore weekly and monthly, because weekly level is also good, this is a weekly level. But we will know once price gets here if this weekly level is going to hold or not. How will we know? Some sellers will step in with the volume like we saw here. I would like to see some kind of volume here also, then I can say okay, I can be confident taking these sells. So very simple analysis, just waiting game. Trading is basically just waiting game. You have to be patient, you have to see how price is behaving in your area. That is it. Now we have levels, let's see how price behave in this area. That's what we can do. And we have a one trend line also here. So yeah, trend line break will also be good. If it retested this, then trend line retest also can be the play, okay? But then again, market will give you some signs. What can be the signs? Some kind of fading away in the volume and some kind of impulses to the upside. I don't care if I get entry a little bit late, but I want to be confident that this level is holding. So that is my bias for GU. This level is a maker or breaker, you can call it that way. So let's see how price behaves in this area.
Yeah, definitely a important level right there. And I feel like every pair that I'm pulling up here is just
It's very simple,
giving me.
if this is a very good levels and very clean analysis. Right now, GU in a very good area. Now we have to just wait. That will give you the entry.
Yeah, exactly. I like the idea of shorting when the level below is broken, but it's also yeah exactly that move. But then also if it doesn't break, then maybe go long.
Yeah, it will just fade away the momentum, and the 200 EMA will also be tested. This trend line will also be tested. That analysis or that bias is also not wrong, in my opinion. But I would like to see what price is doing here. We will see some impulses to the upside, maybe some corrections. I don't mind if I get a retest here, so it is okay. So, but we have to see how price is behaving.
Yeah,
Let's see
you
some
said
other
something
pairs.
important as well. It's all about
Yeah,
prices. Trading is mostly about waiting, because we all know
yeah,
that
exactly.
the bad trades we take, those are the trades we take when we're bored, or when we don't have any good signals, but we want to be in a trade anyway. So definitely
Yeah,
important to be waiting for the right opportunities.
exactly. So this is USD JPY. I haven't been looking at Forex a lot, but price is really at some nice areas. Like we just
Yeah,
analyzed GU, it was a really good analysis, and price was really following some levels here and there. It was really good. Like price just this level, it retested this beautifully, rejected from here, and tapped this supply area. This is very nice here. Let's see how weekly was looking at. Okay, weekly also closed very bullish. So this was a plus trade for me if I was, looking actively at GU. And I can also draw my Fibonacci maybe. Yeah. Yeah, 200 EMA retest also was there. Beautiful trade, beautiful. This is the type of trade I want to get involved in. EMAs, some market structure, some rejections. Beautiful. Let's see how much. Yeah, really good.
yeah,
Let's do EU. I think EU might be on the same area as well. No, we don't have any decent level on EU. Like GU was really at the resistance area. Let's do some analysis on EU. Monthly candle closed bullish here, as you can see. So definitely this month you could be looking for longs here and there. You can draw your levels on the smaller time frame, and but monthly we don't have any lot of information. I can draw my levels here and there, but definitely I don't like to draw my levels on monthly. But GU was really clean level, so it was supporting our weekly and daily as well. So monthly level was okay. So let's just dive to the weekly. Weekly, we are really, I don't even see any market structure right now. We are just ranging. This was a good market structure. I can say this is a market structure. But right now we breached this high, we didn't tap it, so we are ranging on the weekly. So we don't know if it is gonna break to the downside or to the upside. I think for that we can look at DXY maybe, so that we can see where DXY is trying to go. Okay, DXY is kind of retesting this area. If it is going to the downside, then I think euro dollar should go to the upside. Okay, then this range may can be broken to the upside. But again, I don't like to trade ranges, so I'll just skip this. I wouldn't be interested in this pair. So let's move to other pairs. Oh, I have this trend line on. Price just rejected from this trend line. see how these simple things works. You can get involved in these buys here on the smaller time frame. Let's see how it was looking on the 1 hour. Maybe I wanna see how price reacted from here. Yeah, 1 hour was really good. Price retested this trend line, structure break, retesting the structure, really good. I think EMA was also bullish, maybe. Yeah, yeah, it is simple things works, as you can see here. This is just I was seeing here, I just plotted it, I don't know when. I just left on the charts, but right now this is not looking interesting. Let's go to the weekly and let's see other pairs. GBP CAD. mm, GBP CAD is also not very clean market structure. I'll go to GBP CHF. GBP CHF is looking good
Yeah,
based on
GBP is very interesting.
yeah, based on this leg. This is just a downtrend, as you can see. So definitely we might be looking for shorts here. But now we have to see how we can position ourselves in shorts. So for that, let's go to the daily. Let's see what information we have on the daily. Okay, 200 EMA is there. It is also indicating a downside move. Let's watch trend line like this. Okay, price liquidated this trend line. So it is okay. Sometimes it get liquidated, but that doesn't mean it will continue to the upside. We still can go to the downside based on the market structure, but we have to see some footsteps. What market is giving us. I like to see at the monthly candle what monthly candle is doing. Okay, we have this low right here. We have this level right here. Let's go to the daily now. Yeah, this is a we need to go below this level to short. Let's go to the 4 hour now. 4 hour EMA is also bullish. 200 EMA. I like to see price getting below the 200 EMA and then taking the action. That would be lovely move because 200 is a really good support or resistance, dynamic support or resistance. So I think I would like to see 200 getting broken and then reacting on it. But definitely GBP CHF looking good for shorts. But right now we don't have any pattern so that we can short it. So I like to see price travel below this, or maybe it will just bounce from here. But if it bounce from here, then I don't, I don't want to go against the trend. Let's move on to other pairs.
But there's one I think you can take a look at. Look at the CAD CHF on the daily.
CAD CHF on the daily. We are close to the EMA, and we have these levels right here. Let's go to the weekly. I think there was a Fibonacci also. If I draw from here to here, yeah, it is right at the
Yeah.
70%.
That's quite bearish. I looked at it. I'm kind of looking at it from a different perspective, but now when you're obviously looking at it from a downtrend bearish perspective, but I'm looking at the lows and I'm thinking, you get the double bottom and a breakout.
Okay, for that I have to see monthly if we have any area. We are at all-time
No, there's
lows.
no area.
We are at all-time lows.
This is just there's nothing, no support for this one.
We are at all-time lows, guys. So it is really tricky right now.
Yeah.
This 200 EMA is, indicating to the downside thing. I don't like it. The 4 hour EMA is to the upside. So how we can take longs on this one? Let's do some, chart work here. Let's do some brainstorming or whatever you want to call it. To go long, this is the level, but again, that will indicate this is rejecting and price can easily do this also. So this level is not good for longs in my opinion. I think I'll let it go more bullish. Then this will be good for longs in my opinion. Yeah, that will make much more sense.
Oh, so you wanna go long when it breaks above the level?
Yeah, this is a barrier for me.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I think that is definitely makes more sense. I think a lot of people will probably get caught on the wrong side of the market if they go long at the level below.
Yeah, exactly. I've been there to be honest, and I've
Yeah.
taken a hit like this, so I will be on the safer side. I can be involved in other pairs definitely, but for this pair, I think let it go below, above a little bit more, and then maybe a retest or pullback, something like this, head and shoulder, something like this. Beautiful head and shoulder, just break out and very easy, just picture perfect. Something like this, that will be good.
That's a great approach. I like that. Makes a lot of sense. I think that is definitely the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. Even if we take one trade a week, and that is making us maybe 1 to 2 or 1 to 1, I think that is
Hmm.
fine.
We got gold breaking down. Let me just switch over to gold because I said that we're going to get a breakout to the upside. I was very wrong, obviously. We have the US market has opened now, and we got that move to the downside. We're hitting this level here now. So
Let's go to the
we're
4 hour.
we're hitting this support here now. And we do have the lows down here. So yeah, I would probably, like, I'm not going to trade this today, but if I would be trading this, I would probably look for longs. And maybe it's this low. We come down, we hit that low, and then we're going to trade back up. I don't know where the low is going to be. And if I'm going to be buying, if I'm going to be buying a move down, I want to make sure that it comes low and hits a level where the risk to reward is really, really worth it. Here, I'm not really sure I can buy this because we just got that resistance right above. It's a tricky one, but yeah, gold
We
is
have a
giving me a
level.
lot of mixed signals.
I like the idea of gold going long, but I have a trend line on 4 hour time frame, so I would like it to get
I'm gonna
tapped.
open up your screen. Look at that.
Yeah, let me go to the
Yeah,
daily first.
exactly. That's what I'm looking at from a more of a day trading perspective. I mean, a swing
Yeah,
trading perspective. I am in a swing long right now, and I'm kind of expecting price to hit that trend line.
maybe you want to add more position. That way you want to see it.
I want to see a hit of the trend line and then a bounce, and that's when I'm gonna move my stops to entry.
Okay, okay. So maybe you have got involved in gold, maybe somewhere down here.
Yes, exactly, on that bullish candle.
Wow, you are holding this trade since almost half month.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, we have a level right here. So on the 4 hour also it's a decent level. We have rejections. We have some rejections. So definitely I would like to see gold coming down here. And sometimes it will not even tap the trend line. So let's go to the 2 hour if there is any EMA. No, we don't have any EMA. So yeah, liquidating these all the things and then tapping the trend line, that will be good move. Yeah, definitely that is a good buy area. But again, I would like to see some slowdown of price, and price shifting its behavior to the upside. That will be good. We have a question right here from HK118. Why NASDAQ is going down? I'm not a fundamental guy, but if I
I think it's
wanna,
because people are selling. That
yeah,
would be my bet.
yeah, exactly. People are selling, and even if you see this nature, it is not impulsive at all. So
No.
definitely buyers are kind of fading away slowly. So that's why maybe some sellers might step in, short time sellers, and definitely as market structure is bullish. So I definitely see it going to the upside. These things can be liquidated. These lows, actually this trend line is already liquidated. So maybe today's session, we might can see a bullish move. Maybe this low can also be liquidated. Let's go to the 4 hour time frame. Let's go to the daily time frame actually. Okay, we have this resistance area which price is rejecting from, but price is also rejecting, like price is trying to close above. So definitely some, right now there is a big fight between buyers or sellers. So we have to see who wins. And how will we know? If we see some impulses. This one impulse is not enough for me to say we can go to the downside. So we need some impulses. We need a big impulse, and then maybe a retest, then maybe I can say price can tap these levels, or maybe, yeah, that is the last level. I think maybe price will tap. This is the last area for, for buys, and this is short term sells. If we see impulses and some kind of pullback, and we can short it. Overall, it just go bullish only, as you can see. So I think even if we have one bias which is bullish, we'll just look for longs. I think maybe you can transition your trading in that way, that that trading plan maybe can win in long term. But again, you need some rules.
The feeling I have when I'm watching the equities is kind of like a lower high. High time frame
Why
lower high.
on the daily or on the
Yeah.
week?
On the
If you see on
daily.
okay, on the daily, yeah, it makes sense.
And
We
like it might also be a higher high or like local highs with the like we have that all-time high and then right below it we have another swing high. So it's the market structure is a little bit tricky here, but we're definitely at resistance, and I don't think I can turn very bullish unless we, at least on NASDAQ, break above this current resistance. Same thing with the S&P 500, but the S&P 500 is much closer to all-time highs from a structural point of view.
let's see. Okay, I can also call it this way. This is a support. Price just made a double bottom, and now if we break this, this is the range we have. This can also be the analysis. Let's go to the NAS 100. Yeah, we can see a short-term pullback, to be honest. This is a good area
Yeah,
before continuing bullish.
yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think so we're gonna be getting that much volume as we are getting closer to Christmas and all these holidays. So I'm not really expecting any volume. And guys, if you are trading, just lower down your risk. If you have the, if you're restless, you have to take trade, you have to be in the trade. Just use maybe 0.01 to see if your analysis is right or wrong. We are on the good level on AUD CAD. Just failed to break. As you can see, we rejected from here. Price came to the resistance area. Now we are trying to reject. Let's see what price is doing on the smaller time frame. Moving to the 1 hour. 1 hour leg is still bullish. Going to the 30-minute. Yeah, looks good for sells. We break the trend line also.
Yeah. Man, it feels like the market is just so boring today. It's just incredible. You're sitting here, you're looking for something, and it's just
Yeah, I'm excited
that,
about the NYSE Open. Let's see what kind of moves we get. Yesterday there was a good selling opportunity on the 1 minute. It was just
What is the New York Open? Wasn't that 20 minutes ago? Or is it?
it was the maybe New York Open, but if you wanna go with the NYSE, it is 9:30 Eastern. Right now we have what we have 40 minutes left. 41, 41 minutes left for the Open.
Oh, okay.
I
Right.
think it was US 30. Yesterday it was a really clean sell on US 30. I missed it. Where was the sell? Yeah, maybe this trend line break, or you wanna go it this way. I would have taken sell, maybe aggressive sells here. My stop loss would have been here. I go for 1 to 1 nowadays. I missed this opportunity, but there was a good sell. Let me explain you my this strategy, why I
Yeah.
why I do this. So I have this EMA which is one is 50 and one is 200. I wait for NYSE open. Once NYSE open, first of all, we have to see where the EMA is, like it is to the upside or downside. I think 15-minute is enough to see where the EMA is. We don't need this much, like 30-minute, 1 hour. 15-minute EMA, if price is closing below and 5-minute EMA is also below, then on the 1 minute, we look for continuation patterns, impulses and corrections. Very basic thing. And we put stop loss very wide above maybe structure. We can even keep our stop loss above this so that we give room for the price even if it decides to go for a deeper pullback. So that is very simple strategy. I think I took like 20 trades, and out of 20 trades only 3 was a
Wow.
loss. Right now we are having low
Nice.
volume, so right now I think it wouldn't be wise to trade this way because you might be getting chopped up like this. Slow moves. I think NAS 100 was better yesterday. Let me see. Okay. Oh yeah, NAS 100 was good. This was a very basic consolidation pattern, and the conditions are 15-minute should be above or below. Let's go to the 15-minute. Definitely, price was trying to go below the. It was almost, to be honest. So if you want to go safe, price closed below EMA here. So now continuation patterns on the 1 minute should be. Let's take a look. Maybe this small range. Stop loss wise, you can keep it above the EMA, and this structure targeting 1 to 1. That was also a good trade right here. But US 30 was more clean because we are indicating price is closing below the trend line. So this is the strategy I'm using nowadays. I think I'll be trying futures on the same strategy because I'm just trading NAS 100 and US 30. On futures it will be NQ, and the other one is what, YM, I think.
Yeah, as soon as we open the futures platform, I'm gonna start trading the ES Mini or NQ, whatever
Yeah,
that is called.
I
Like
love
the
to do
cool
that.
guys, all I'm seeing is like everyone's trading futures. Like everyone's on
Yeah,
these futures contracts. I'm like, well, I gotta try that as well. Like everyone else.
yeah, I'll be trying that once the fibers future is here. I'll be doing
Yep.
it live here with you guys, so let's see how it goes. The strategy wise, I'll be using the same strategy that I just mentioned. EMAs, 15-minute time frame, 1 minute continuation patterns, stop loss placement above the highs or lows. I don't care if stop loss is 200 points, it's okay. Some days I can even take negative risk to reward, but that is fine. I know my system well, so I know what I'm doing. So yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
it's so boring. These markets are not
Yeah,
so
I'm just sitting here like trying to find something, trying to see if I can find some exciting price action anywhere. But well, gold is at least gold is rebounding. I came down and hit that level. I think that might be the low. I'm gonna go to my screen here, and we came down and we hit this level right here. I can add the level here, and it's difficult to buy a level like this because it's like you're buying here and then it's
yeah.
just right into resistance here. So it's difficult for me to buy a level but like that. But still, I think if you're looking for upside on gold, yeah, that's a good retest right there. But obviously, that's gone on the lower time frame. So even though the market is slow, I mean, there's always going to be movement on the lower time frames. But then you have to catch. Look at that. Euro USD is unchanged on the day. Like that is, well, it was. Huh, that's weird because it said like 0.00, which is not. That's weird.
Yeah, if I wanted to take longs on gold, Based on the 1 minute time frame, we are not that much impulsive. I would like to see an impulse to the upside. Something
Yeah.
like, let me give you an example. Right now, we are not that much impulsive, so buyers are not that much active right now. What I would like to see, something like, let me give you an example. This would also work good. This small consolidation, impulse consolidation, or I'm just trying to see an example here. Something like this also works. Small leg, some consolidation, and then a breakout. That will make me interested in longs. So simple impulse, little bit of consolidation. I'll take a trade. I don't mind placing my stop loss here, and there is still some targeting range. And if we see, yeah, these highs is also here. So we definitely have some targeting range. Now it comes to the entry, and how will I plan for trade? Simple impulse and correction. That is it. It will indicate yes, buyers are stepping in. Yeah, something like this on the flip side, like this. Let's see. Hopefully, it happens live on the stream, so I can explain. Do you have any nickname, by the way?
If I have a nickname,
Yeah,
I
your
don't think I
friend.
have a nick. I don't think I have a nickname. Let me see. Maybe someone in the comment can come up with a nickname. Do you have a nickname? Sam.
Sam. People call me Sam. Yeah, here and there.
Okay, Sam. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it says Bank with Sam. I
Yeah,
always call you Samir. I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have like okay, I don't have a nickname. Now you asked me for a nickname, like why don't I have a nickname? I should have a nickname.
Maybe people call you John or anything like that.
They do call me John, but you know, John's a name and I'm not John. But yeah, okay, John's let's call me up from now on, let's say John. John's good. We got a question here. USD CAD, I am thinking the
Haven't
short
looked
of
at USD
1 hour
CAD.
candle close.
Let's see.
Can we
USD
take a look
CAD is
at that?
also a good pair. Oh wow, USD CAD is really good. Look at the impulses. Oh wow, just very clean market structure. Very clean. I like it. But right now, I don't think shots is good. Let it, give you a deeper pullback. But definitely, we have some areas. This is the area actually. So I would like to see a deeper pullback, then go short. Let's go to the 2 hour. Let's go to the 30 minute. Yeah, let it take these highs. Then I will look for shots. Definitely, yeah. Impulses are good. Let's see if there is any trend line that can support our analysis. Not this. Yeah, if it goes, right the trend line, I think the analysis wouldn't be valid. Then it will print a new structure which is higher highs and higher lows. Then I wouldn't be interested. I do want to see this high liquidity and then price rejecting from there. Forex is moving really good. I'm just observing it, now.
Yeah, and especially on the daily time frame, right? When you zoom out, there's some really clean levels we're testing.
Yeah, we have
Guys,
Will here.
I gotta run. We got Will right here. What's up, Will? Welcome, Will. How's the bacon? How's the bacon?
Dude, it was so good. Yeah, Ewan cooked some
Nice.
like tuna pasta bacon thing. It was dude, it was amazing.
Do you
Nice.
cook,
All
by
right,
the way?
I gotta run. I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right.
No worries.
Yeah.
Right, nice one,
Take care.
Jonatan.
Take care. Take care. Bye bye.
Yo,
So we
Samir.
have Will. So do
Yo,
you cook? Do you
long
cook?
time. Say again, can I cook?
Yeah, yeah. Do you cook? You cooked
Yes.
your own bacon?
Yeah. Not today. Ewan cooked. My brother cooked for me today. But yeah, no, yeah, we both cook. We love our cooking.
That's nice.
Yeah. Although
Market is
I'm not.
moving slow, man.
Yeah. Oh man, I know. Yeah, volume's just completely dropped on
Oh
gold.
wow, look at that. Just a big consolidation.
Yeah. Are you looking at anything at the moment, or have you
I'm
been
not for
in any
the
trades?
No, for the viewers, I added bunch of pairs. I was just randomly doing some analysis. So
Nice.
for our viewers,
Anything interesting you saw?
yeah, let's see together. Let's go to the daily time frame first. Okay, I'm gonna just do this, hopping the charts. Okay, right now we are at a very high. I'm not looking. Actually, we can look for shorts maybe because we are at this area. To short this, what we can do? I like this momentum is fading away a little bit. I think RSI might be showing divergence here. So if you short it here, 200 EMA can be your target. This level can be your target. AUDCHF. Yeah, let price
Yeah, I saw
go
that.
more above. Here I would like to enter. Yeah,
So
good.
would you leave enough room to like wick above?
Yeah, that's why I have a white stop loss as you can see.
Oh, okay, no, yeah, fair. Okay, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, looks good. AUDCHF. I'm just gonna be paper trading because it's December. I don't want to be trading actively. Let's go to the.
Nice.
So right now we have AUDCHF, AUDJPY. We are pumping. Where are we going? Yeah, we don't have any area. We have this area. This one. Maybe we can see a pause here, but definitely not be shorting this because of this momentum. Not interested. AUDG NZD. Shitty beer. Leave it. AUD USD. Yeah, price already retested, so it is already gone. So let's skip it. CAT CHF close to the EMA, close to this resistance, maybe a short. I think CHF pairs are giving good shots. Oh wow, we have a head and shoulder, as you can see, head and shoulder. So definitely CAT CHF good pair. So AUD CHF shorts, CAT CHF also shorts. I'll be looking at this. So CAT JPY, let's go to the daily. Um, Nothing. JPY pairs are just going crazy.
Yeah, JPY pairs were a bit up and down earlier. I think UJ, I think it was UJ. I don't know if one of the
I think
guys. Again.
UJ is just it was in a big consolidation. Now it is showing some momentum.
Yeah,
Where was we? We was at CAT CHF. Okay, Euro AUD. Okay, we finally broke this area. We already retested this area, so trade is gone now. Cannot really do anything. I would be. Oh wow, we have news. I think we might be having some news. That's why we have this wiki wick candle. So let's skip it. Let's skip it. Let's move forward. EuroCAD. Okay, EuroCAD. We have a retest of this area again. We are late. It's already move is happening. Now we cannot really enter, in the midway. Okay, let's move forward. Very, there are a lot of areas, but I would like to sell at the top. So skip it. Okay, which is Euro GBP. Looking good. We retested this and we have this area as well coming towards this area. Let's see if we have any selling pattern or not. Okay, we have this thing right now. I think this pattern will break to the downside. So how we can enter? Let's remove it. If you want to enter right now, you are impatient, you can keep the stop loss like this. And we have plenty of range here. Let's go for crazy targets. Let's go for crazy targets, guys. So definitely looking good for shots. Euro GBP also. So I think 1 to 2 is good. 1 to 2. Yeah. Euro GBP. So let's move forward. Nothing. Okay, we are at the support right now. But to execute the trade, we need to see some slowdown. Do we have a slowdown? Yes. So if you are aggressive buyer, Let price, tap at the extreme, then you can buy here. Even if price liquidates this, give your stop loss enough room, that is good. These highs can be your target. Nothing. Rest, I have already given you the trade. Let's go to the NZD CAD. Okay, very interesting. We are retesting this area. Also the FEG right here. Let's go to the 2 hour time frame. This market structure is really good. One of the best market structure I have seen, from these pairs. Now it comes to the entry where we can enter. This can be your area where you can plan to enter. Stop loss placement can be above this FEG. We have plenty of targeting range, making it 1 to 2. Even if you want to enter at the 71 retracement, that is also fine. You can enter like this. That is the one of the best trade in my opinion. NZT CAT. And that head and shoulder trade, I think it was what it was, CAT CHF, yeah, CAT CHF and this NZT CAT. These are one of the best trades. These are having good market structure, so you can trade these. Apart from that, no, nothing. Two interesting pairs for today. Yeah, that is it. So I just dropped the analysis for every pair. Right now on the watch list, I only have 2 pairs. 3 actually, if you want to consider AUD CHF. So 3 pairs on my watch. I will be updating you about it tomorrow.
I like that head and shoulder. It's a shame that that left shoulder or that right shoulder isn't higher or isn't lower than the left shoulder. That would have been really nice.
Yeah,
That would have been lovely.
it looks very clean, like a picture perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got HK. Hi, Wells. Great to see you again. Absolutely, my man. Absolutely, good to see you too. Eurocad. Eurocad sell.
Eurocat sell, I already gave you the analysis. Let's see. It is already gone now.
Yes, that was 7 minutes ago. So just having a quick
Oh,
catch.
7 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, just having a bit of a catch up with chat. My bad. How about silver, or have you already gone through it? Have you done silver?
No. Maybe you can do some analysis.
Yeah, I'll have a look at silver. I haven't got silver, but I can certainly.
I have
find
never
it.
traded silver, to be honest.
I mean, I trade gold. I wonder how
I
similar.
don't even know how to calculate lot size on it. I'm not gonna be lying.
I wouldn't have a clue on how to calculate a lot size in silver. XAG USG, a USD. There we go. Let me try and just grab it up for you peeps now. Precious metals and XAUG. Why won't go away? There we go. Cool. Let me just make it look a little bit better because that is hurting my eyes. That's better. Right. Let's go on to the daily. So silver isn't something that I really trade much. I believe that it's very similar to gold, maybe a little bit lagging. It's usually follows gold quite similarly. But usually a little bit of a slower rate. So again, I don't trade silver whatsoever. I don't think I've ever traded silver. I know a couple of guys. Well, I know one person who does trade silver. So let's just get this up. Oh, come back. Okay, it doesn't want to. Okay, fair. There we go. Let's mark out some areas of interest. Okay, let's mark out some highs and lows. So what I want to be doing with silver is marking out some. Why wouldn't it let me do this? Let's try again. There we go. So what I want to be doing is marking out highs, lows, potential areas, potential places that I'm going to be looking at either targeting to or looking at breaking through. So right now, we've got this area of interest down here. So this area of demand zone, this area of consolidation here. We've got this high on the daily and this low on the daily, as well as this swing low point here. So again, we've got some areas of imbalance. We've got a slight gap and a fair value gap or an imbalance, whatever you want to call it, and then dropping down to the 4-hour time frame anytime today. Dropping down to the 4-hour time frame. Let's have a look. Again, we've got this consolidation, and we've not broken and closed above either side of the consolidation. So we've got a 4-hour high here, which has wicked the previous consolidation, but nothing too definitive. We need a close. So ideally, I want to see a break and close above or below these swing points. In fact, let's... Okay, I can't. Okay, that's fine. Let's jump down to the 15-minute. Actually, no, let's go back up to the 1 hour. 1 hour is a little bit neater. Not much neater. We are still in that range, quite confidently in that range as well, actually. So I think ideally I'd like to see some form of indication to the directional bias to the upside, because price is clearly trying to push above, unless we break and close lower. So if we manage to break and close below this level here, no, I'm going to get rid of that again. You know, my swing point is this high here. So unless we can break and close below this area here, I'm potentially going to be a little bit more biased to the bulls. On the 15-minute, okay, yeah, on the 15-minute, we're clearly bullish. You know, we've got this high, got this low, broken structure to the upside, pull back into this imbalance zone, this fair value gap here. Consolidation, attempt to break out, failure to push higher than this area, and now we're starting to have a bearish engulfing. So price, to me, isn't doing much right now. We are currently in this consolidation. So on the lower time frame, being the 15-minute, I'd like to see a break and close either higher or lower. Again, what do? We're going to mark out our swing points, our highs and our lows. So one high here, and then we've got one low just down here. Now, these are the areas that I want to see broken. Can I draw a straight line? Yes, I can. Cool. So that's the areas I want to see broken before determining a direction. On the 5-minute, again, this feels really zoomed in right now. But we'll have a quick look anyway. So let's see what we're seeing. Let's have a look to see. Again, consolidation. Nothing but consolidation. So exact same area of consolidation, area of highs and lows as the 15-minute. The only difference is we're seeing a lot more information on the 5. So I'm going to jump back up to the 15 because the 5 and the 15 are way too similar as far as structure points. I think I'd like to see, again, a break and close above this this candle high or this wick high on the 15. If not, a break and close below, pullback, continuation, break and close above here, below here. So what I'm going to do is draw it out real quick for you guys. So these are the two things that I'm looking at. Something along the lines of this. So this would be for sells, and then potentially we could even have a further pullback if price wants to continue on that structure shift to the downside and, you know, changing the order flow to bears. Or we can look at something along the lines of wicking around here and then push above, break and close above, have a pullback even further. Let's try and actually that'll do. Pull back even further, a continuation to the high side, breaking and closing above the higher time frame consolidation on the 1 hour and 4 hour, and then a continuation higher. But I believe if this is a continuation higher, I believe that it could be all-time highs. So I think that's what I want to see on silver. But again, like I said, guys, I don't trade silver. I won't even consider placing a trade on silver because it's not something I've got data backing it up. However, that's what I'd like to see. Gold, what's gold doing? Wow, gold has dropped. That is very interesting.
Oh wow. Oh wow, what is this?
Yeah, this is really interesting. So like I said, this has now been invalidated. This has now been invalidated, and so has this. So we're currently at this point here. Now, if we're going to continue to the high side where bulls are taking control, this is the last area that I'd want to see price come to, and then I'd want to see it consolidate around here, break and close above after the consolidation, and then continuation to the high side. But the way that this candle is about to close potentially, this is looking rather bearish, although we are wicking. Depends how this candle closes, would depend on whether I want to... Okay, there we go. Candle just closed. How interesting. How very interesting. If I wanted to see buys now, I think I'd want to see a consolidation here. A break and close above. And then two things. Either a pullback in and a continuation higher. So something along the lines of this. Or a straight up break and close above and a continuation. I think that's what I'd want to see on gold now. Which would then back up my higher time frame confluence of these buys here. I think that would be pretty cool. But let me know what you guys are thinking. Like, are you guys looking at buying gold or selling gold? What's your thoughts? Up or down?
That area is really good considering the fact that we have taken a daily low. So liquidity is already gone. So now
Yeah.
look for some buying areas, and the area that you have marked looks really interesting. Let's see how price behaves in that area.
Yeah, that would be really interesting to see what happens. I like this for buys, I'll be honest. I think this is a really nice buy opportunity area.
Yeah, it has already, retraced 50% of that particular move.
Yeah, well, in fact, let's get a fib on it.
So that is also a healthy retracement. But now it just come to the entry point.
Yeah, bang on in my goal. It's wicked slightly into my 6-1 fib, which is my golden zone. So that's a perfect retracement.
Yeah.
Yeah, gold's really nice right now. If we can consolidate now and hold this price and then break and close above, depending on the time, I may consider buying this. The only thing is, guys, we have got news out. So 215, which is it's already been, was the GBP monetary policy report. Now, SEP data, we got the September data for JOLTS opening, which is at 3 p.m. So we've got just over half an hour. We've got about 43 minutes, which is interesting. So that will be, we'll have to see what happens at 3 p.m. That's medium, no, that's high impact news, sorry. And then 8:45 p.m. we got the New Zealand dollar. And then 11:10, so 10 past 11 tonight, we have President Trump speaking. So that's going to be interesting. HK, guys, can you see a trade like $10 return into $100 in live private account? Is it possible? People do it in social media. Any real life experiences? I personally haven't. However, a guy I talked to, trader, a friend of mine, he has a £50 account and he turns them into like £300-400, and then he'll take out back to £50, and then he'll either blow the account or he'll go back again and do it for like 3-4.
Yeah, I was also, thinking the same way. For an example, if I have $100 and I can flip that 100 to 500 out of
Yeah.
10 times out of, 4 times out of 10, that is also a profitable strategy.
Yeah, exactly that. So I was also I was thinking about doing that. So now I am, like I said, next week, end of next week, I think I'm going to be done trading on this account for the Christmas holidays, right up until my flight. And then I'll probably open up a personal account, and it'll be a real small account, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 pounds, something like that. I'll try and keep it under $100. And then I'm just going to see what I can do over the Christmas periods. So just a little bit of fun for me. I don't care too much on 60 quid or 50 quid. So I'll probably just chuck it in an account, see what I can do with it. And then I think it'd be pretty entertaining to see for you guys as well. Like, it's not going to be a reflection of my trading. It will be, but it won't be. I will be trading high value setups, but at the same time, it's going to be high risk, very high risk, very high reward, potentially. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to see what I can do over Christmas. So HK, that's a fantastic example. I'm going to be doing that as soon as I finish trading this live account for the Christmas holidays. Cash Money Sam.
What do you mean by that?
I have no idea, but I thought I'd read it out anyway. I don't know what that means. I thought maybe it was your nickname. It's the Cash Money Sam.
Right now, I'm hearing this. Probably I'll just change my name to Cash Money Sam now.
Yeah, not Bank with Sam. Cash Money Sam.
Yeah, I'm frequently traveler due to my work nature. Considering the IP rule, how it will affect. I will just suggest you to log in the Fibers account with your mobile data and don't switch the connections. Like you are going to a place and you are just connecting to every Wi-Fi. That in general is also not safe. Keeping that thing in mind, I think if you're just using your mobile data, I think it's fine. You won't be have any issue. Won't be
Yeah,
having any.
not only that. If you explain to support what's going on,
Yeah.
then I'm sure they'll understand. Because it's the same with me, guys. I was trading in September. I was trading in France in front of you guys. I took my laptop to France with me. I was trading in France last month. I was trading. And I was trading with you guys, and I was actually trading all over Italy. So I was trading in Venice, then I was trading in Rome. So I was trading all over Italy, and same goes. I was touring through France, through Loire Valley. So I was trading all across, Le Mans and down towards Tours and all over. They do understand. I did use my mobile data. However, I didn't log into a public network. I logged into my mobile data. But like I said, if you get, I don't want to say caught because you're not doing anything wrong, but if you get flagged up and they say, oh, look, IP address issues, then just say, look, I'm traveling for work, this is what I do. And then I'm sure support would completely understand. The Fibers website is not loading. Let me have a look. Let me try and load it. It should be. I was on it earlier on. Or was it yesterday? Maybe I was on it yesterday.
Yeah, there is a problem actually. Yeah, I think it will be okay in some time. Just be patient.
I got it. It's loaded for me. Let me have
It
a
is
look on
loaded.
the. Let me try again.
If I refresh it, there is no program. Let me log in it.
I'll try and log into my hub.
I'll try to log in.
Okay, yeah, failed to log in. Yeah, it won't let me log into my hub. No, come
Yeah,
on.
our technical team might be, not might be, they must be aware about it. So it will be resolved in some time. Just be a little bit patient.
Yeah. Don't panic, guys. Even we're the same. I've just tried logging. I was going to say I was on the account section earlier, and in fact, so was Rich because he brought the rules up. But no, the hub does seem to be down at the moment. So I'm sure the technical crew is already on it, like Samir said. So do not panic, my friend. We shall update you when it's. Well, I'm sure you won't need an update. I'm sure you'll be able to log in as soon as it is fixed. Buy setup on gold. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. It's holding, which is nice. But is it holding because of news? We have got news at 3, which is in 35, 6, 7 minutes time. Ooh la la. Let's just wait and see. Guys, meanwhile, while we wait, ask us any questions you want. Like I said, don't hold back. If you got any questions about trading, about strategies, or about lifestyle, then feel free to ask us whatever you want. In the meantime, smash out that like button, guys. Hit that like button. It does mean a lot to us. Let's see if we get to 200 likes by the end of the stream. I think that's going to be a good goal for today, 300 likes. So or 200 likes at least. So let's see if we can get 200 likes by the end of the stream. And if you are new here, the road to 100,000 subscribers continues. So make sure that you smash that subscribe button as well if you are new here. So we can not only welcome you into the Fibers community, but so we can grow to 100,000 subscribers. I think that would be super, super cool. We are 8,500 subscribers away. Yeah, 8,500. Vinny, I think it's possible 10 to 100. It's Gara, but not on the go. Also require crazy ass risk. Yeah, 100%. It is, yeah, look, high risk, high reward equals high risk. You know, they go hand in hand. If you want to turn $100 into $10 into $100, that you're gonna have some pretty decent risk, especially if you want to do it in a short amount of time. But 100%, why wouldn't it be possible? You know, it's just a percentage game. I'm also facing the problem with the website. Yeah, absolutely, man. We've just found out that the hub's currently not working. So don't stress. The hub will be sorted very soon. HK, okay, Wills. I also wish you'll get the 5-figure payout in the first month of 2026, dude. Don't put that pressure on me. I'm not even break even yet.
I have to restack accounts. I only have one account now. So my goal for 2026 will be again getting back more funding. I just
Nice.
lost it a couple of days back. I was open about it in a stream. So now I will just work on it. I'm expecting a payout actually.
Nice. Oh
So
yeah,
I'll
you said
reinvest in the
yesterday.
payout.
Yeah, you said yesterday you were
I'm
looking
not
at.
yeah, I'm waiting. I'm still waiting for it. So probably will be there in a day or two.
Nice.
I
Awesome stuff.
requested it in the weekend, so it was not a working day. So that also counts.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, mate, that would be
Yeah,
that'd
I'm
be cool.
excited for January now because I'll be
Yeah, man.
reinvesting.
Dude, so am I. I like Christmas. It's great. It's good. It's good fun and all. You know, I love spending time with family, but I just want January now. I want to start. You know, like right now, I feel like you're in that lull period between stuff. You're like, oh, do I? Don't I? Like the markets are sort of moving, but they're sort of not moving. I'm getting ready to stop working for the holidays, and I don't know. I just want like, come on, January, hurry up so I can get back into the flow of things and get into the thick of working properly again.
Yeah, we have NYSE open in 3 minutes. I don't expect any good volume, but let's see how price
I think we'll
behaves.
get. I think we'll get a little bit, but I don't think we're going to see much until 3 p.m.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we got 33 minutes until high impact news.
When is the London Open time for you guys? Like, what is the time?
It is 2:27 right now, so 2:30 New York Open PM.
No, the London session.
Oh,
Like
sorry, I thought you said no.
my
Oh,
time
sorry,
zone.
8:30. 8:30
8:38.
a.m.
Okay.
Yes.
HK118. I wish you the same, brother. I wish you the same.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. Dude, I think that's what I'm gonna challenge myself on this account. I'm gonna see if I can max allocate it. I think that's what I'm gonna aim for. I'm gonna see if I can get paid out on it. I can get like a nice decent payout. See if I can get like 2-3% payout on it. And then once I've gotten a 2-3% payout, I think I'm gonna not have a payout on the entire account. Then I'm just gonna scale it as best as possible. So what I'll do, I'll try and scale it. Once I've scaled it, then I'll have one more payout, and then I'll try and scale it again. Have one more payout, scale it again, and I'll just try and rinse and repeat. So I'll take one payout per scaling. So I think that's what I'm going to challenge myself to do on this account. I think we'll see. So HK,
That's-
maybe I'll get a 5-figure payout, but I want to scale the account more than get the payout. Let's see if I can build this account. I want to see how far I can go and how deep I can go in the 5ers funding with this one account, and how long it's going to take me. Given that I've passed it, so I had it 2024, passed it 2025, drawdown, recovery. Hopefully, I can't see myself recovering 1.1% in the next week or so. So probably a full recovery in January 26, and then let's see if the end of January 26 I can get scaling. I think that'd be really cool. But we'll see.
How was your emotions when you was trading it live and when you was down 7%, or slowly you was getting to negative 7%. So
Mm,
what was your thought process? Was you, was you
man,
sad? Was you, I want to know
I
the
I felt like,
realness.
yeah, I felt like crap, man. I'll be honest. I really, really did feel like crap. I remember I was out and about, and I actually doubled up on risk, and I had a 2% risk. It was either a 2 or a 3% risk. I think it was a 2% risk, and this was live, and I probably shouldn't have risked 2%. And I remember looking at it, and I was like, why am I 2%, or why am I like 1.6% down? I was like, that's really weird. And I opened the charter, and my TP was at 2% risk. And I thought, why did I do that? And then it hit a 2, and it hit a full 2 minus 2 hour risk. And I was like, oh, and I remember standing there, and I just felt numb. And I was just like, oh, you absolute idiot. And I think that took me to like 4% down, because I think I was already 2% down at that point. So I was like, I'm 4% down now. I was like, right, okay, let's just lower the risk and let's see how we can move forward. So then I lowered my risk to like 0.5% risk, tried moving forward, kept trading, and then I lost. And I lost, and I lost, and I kept losing like 400, 500, 600 bucks at a time. And I was like, come on, man. I was like, what's going on? Honestly, I thought I'd forgotten how to trade. I honestly thought this was my time. My time had come for unprofitability to hit me. And dude, I just felt like absolute garbage. I was like, this is just, okay, this is how it ends. This is the end of my trading career. I've passed the account live on stream, and then now I'm no longer profitable. So I'm going to have to try and,
Accept accept the fate.
yeah, start to get back to, back testing and trying to make
Okay.
sure that I am profitable.
Okay. We have a question here from Veer. If you want to join the Discord, the 5ers Discord, you have to register yourself with us. That is the first step. And on the dashboard, on the left hand side, you will see a Discord option. So that's how you can join the Discord.
Yes, exactly that. Yeah. So, but no, back into the drawdown. It just felt crap. It felt really, really crap. I questioned everything. I questioned whether I could actually trade. I questioned
Yeah,
my,
it happens. It
you
happens to
know,
every trader. I think it happens with me also. When I lost the accounts, I was like, "Oh man, I don't know how to trade. I should use other strategy. My strategy is not working." All these
yeah,
things.
I had that as well. Yeah, that's actually the first time. I was back testing and like testing this swing trading strategy, and I saw a strategy pop up, or I saw a trade pop up for my swing trading strategy, and I thought, you know what, screw it. I was like, I've tested this through like day in day out now. I've tested it enough. I've back tested it, forward tested it. I've got data backing it. I said, you know what, I'm a prove to myself that this is a profitable swing trading strategy. And that was the very last trade that I took on the account when I was streaming with LLTF. That was the very last trade I took before joining the 5ers. And I was in that for close to a month. And then I took out at $900 profit, or just over $1,000 profit. And that was my first trade on a live account with my swing trading strategy.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
nice.
So
I think every trader goes through this emotion that you have mentioned, like doubting yourself, and these down times. It is gonna come here and there, even when you are profitable. Like Will and me, we have secured some payouts, but still, there is a time when I feel, and you yourself has mentioned, like you doubt yourself, you doubt your strategy, you don't know, you feel like you don't know how to trade. All these things are a part of game. now
yeah,
now I think I'm just used to it. But one good thing about me is, like I lose the account or whatever negative things happens with me, so I stay sad or depressed for 1 hour. Then I'm like, don't forget who you are. You have done this, you can do it. So that's how you should also remind yourself, like how far you have came in the journey. Even our viewers, you are watching us, like in day one you didn't knew tea about trading. So now you know a lot of things about trading. Now you have to work on psychology here and there. I'm sure many of you already has developed your technical skills. You know how price behaves and all. So back in the days, you didn't knew anything about trading. So you are slowly progressing. So I think you should feel this way, like you have done something whenever you are, you know, whenever you are feeling down.
I was going to say that. So you've asked me how do I feel when I'm in a deep drawdown? What's your process? So like let's give some sort of consistency amongst profitable traders. This will be really interesting. How do
See,
you feel?
I'm not gonna be lying. I'm not that much consistent trader, but I am a profitable trader. Like
Go
let's
on,
say,
tell me you go into like a war room and just smash everything up.
no,
The
no,
rage room.
probably when I'll make million, I'll just get a separate room for this thing, for this activity. Then I'll definitely will be doing this. Anyways, so yeah, we was on how I feel about a drawdown. Um, there Back in the days, I used to feel very depressed about the drawdown. Like I can't even wake up and push myself to go to the gym. But right now, if I see, I have made significant amount of money. For me, maybe for someone it is nothing, for me it is okay. And keeping that thing in mind, let's say I purchase 5 accounts, and I have secured maybe $5 to $6,000, and then I blow all the accounts. So technically, my investment was $2,500, and I made $5,000. But again, I have to redo this challenge thing. Only that thing just I feel bad about it. Like I have to get back to the live account now. I have to reinvest my money here and there, and I don't know if I can pass my challenge or not, because I just blew the challenge and my self confidence is low. But again, I have secured some payouts, and I am profitable at the end of the day. All the things that I have, it has came from the profits that I made from trading. So keeping that thing in mind, that that down mood, it only stays for 2 hours maybe. Then I'm like, okay, I can do it, it's okay. Maybe next challenge I'll blow, it's okay. I'll buy the next challenge, I'll pass that one. So that's how I try to stay positive.
Nice. So you reassure, like you can just comfortably reassure yourself, like, look, man, Samir,
Yeah,
you've been through this, you've got this, you've done
I
it
have been
before.
through I have been through I'm not saying I don't like to put this fact also. Like I have been through a lot. I think everybody has been through a lot. Everybody's journey
Mm,
is different. Everybody suffer in different way. I cannot put my thing that I suffer a lot, but just for the sake of the conversation that the point that I'm trying to make, I was saying this that I have been a lot. I have been through a lot, where I have been zero many times. I have been like from 10 to 0 many times. So keeping that thing in mind, I think that also has transitioned me to this person, that I don't mind taking few hits. I can get back up.
yeah,
I
yeah,
started my business, I remember my first business, because of few things. My ex boss, they I want to, hopefully I don't give too much insights, but I will just give you the overview. So basically, my ex boss, because of some legal issues, he took everything from me. I really successed in that business. I really made a decent amount of money in that business. In 2 months, I think we did a good amount of sales back in the days. So he took everything from me, even my phone, my laptop. I was at zero, so I have to start my trading from zero. I have to rebuild myself. So I was doing a $200 job again. I saw a decent amount of money, almost like 20x in my bank account. Now I have to do a job again. So all these things have made me a person maybe. But
yeah.
at the same time,
Man,
I don't go crazy nowadays. I don't allow myself to just to put my savings, everything in trading, and go to zero. I
yeah,
have that self awareness. I have this common sense. Like if I have, let's say I have $10,000 in my saving account, I cannot purchase 10 200Ks or 20 100Ks at once. I will go broke if I, if anything goes wrong, if market condition is not going good. So I am also aware about that thing. So I take some calculated risk. So that's the way I will like to put it. Even when I was
Yeah.
doing a job, I was not really purchasing challenges, investing whole of my salary in a challenge. I was having this common sense. Okay, if I am earning this, let's just put 20% to trading. Let's just see how it goes. I was not really so blind. But
Yeah.
sometimes due to revenge trading I do go blind, but as of the finance and all these things, I don't like to go blind.
Yeah. No, I remember you telling me that story, and dude, like it was inspiring to listen. Like anyone would have given up.
Yeah,
No,
no, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, I'm gonna kill these guys. How
yeah,
did they
dude,
do
I
to me?
bet. I would have been the same, man. Like, I'd been like
Yeah.
googling hitmen in my local area.
Yeah.
You know? Man,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
mate, I can 100% understand.
Yeah,
Like, that is,
but I let
yeah,
it go, man. I was like, okay, they grow, whatever, they succeed, I succeed in my I excel in my journey. And which happened, I think this nature you all should have. I think you should let it go. If something do bad to you, someone did bad to you, it's okay,
yeah.
man, just move on, man.
So,
Life is
yeah,
big, you are big.
sometimes it's hard
Yeah,
to. I've had so many things. Again, like you said, we've all been through stuff.
yeah, exactly.
I've had so
Everybody's
many
journey is
things
different.
that I thought if I reacted differently, I would have been locked up. You can't. Some of the things that you want to
Yeah,
do in reaction to things that have happened to you, you're like, how have they gotten away with doing this to me? Like
yeah,
how is this
exactly.
fair? Like what's going on? And but sometimes it's you have to let it go, and it's not a matter of you to make yourself succeed. Sometimes you gotta let it go, and
Yeah,
sometimes you
exactly.
gotta. I think that's maturing is understanding that growth comes through letting something go, not to forgive them, but to allow yourself to forget about it and move forward and grow and become the best version of yourself. And again, not because you want to forgive them and let them off the hook, but more to allow you the mental space to breathe. And I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
that's the biggest learning curve, and I think that's true maturity. And if you ask me,
Exactly.
plus, like I said in the stream about an hour or two ago, chickens will always come home to roost. People like, for example, Samir, the people that did that to you, man. They may not see justice for doing it to you. They may not see justice for doing it to the next person, but eventually they will do it to someone and they will get caught or something will happen where the justice will be served. And
Yeah, exactly.
it gets to a certain point, and that's where people say, "Oh, karma, karma's a real thing." Whether you believe karma's real or not, karma isn't just the idea of this person did a bad thing to me, so now a bad thing's going to happen to them. That's not always the case. More times than not, it's the fact that the person is a bad person. That's why they did a bad thing to you. And if they're a bad person, it means that their badness it's a consistency, it's a personality trait. So if you're always projecting negativity to the world, you're going to attract negativity into your world. So if you're constantly projecting positivity, you're going to attract positivity. And that's why I try and say, be the best person, be the best version of yourself, because you'll get positive karma, because you will have the repercussions of positivity, because that's what you're projecting out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
And one thing is also about me. I'm just sharing, my journey, or how I've been, through things. So one thing is about me. I wake up with very positive attitude. I have some music on, I just, vibe. I just wake up with positivity. I don't care what losses or what happened yesterday. This is one good thing about me. I think you should also, our viewers should also can learn from this thing. The moment I wake up, positivity is around me. I don't care what happened yesterday. I don't care what is gonna happen, next. But I just like to be in the zone of that positivity. That's
Mhm.
what I do. I just play my music, whatever my music taste is. You can do your
Mhm.
thing. That is how I go by the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you said you wake up in positivity. Sometimes that
Yeah,
is so difficult to do. Wow, look at
yeah.
gold. Dude, look at gold rallying. Didn't I say this is where I want to see it consolidate from? It didn't
I
consolidate
missed
for long
I
enough
missed
there.
my paper trade by 1 pip.
Mate, that is wow.
0.5 pips actually.
It came down exactly where I wanted it to, but I thought we were going to consolidate
That
for a
was
little bit
a very
longer.
beautiful area, yeah.
Yeah,
To
wow.
the T, yeah.
That is something. Guys, let me know if anyone
Great
got in
mindset.
on this gold
Thank you,
long.
thank you. Princey, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's
Well
grow
said.
together, 100%. But that's the point, we're all growing together, So this, yeah, 100%. Love the positivity in chat as well. But yeah, like I was saying, it's very difficult to wake up with positivity around you, and it's very difficult to be positive when negative things are happening to you. That's why it builds such a strong character, and that's Samir.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why like listening to you is so inspirational. Like you mentioned yesterday about you learn from me getting out of drawdown, and you said that it's inspiring to listen to you, dude. It's right back at you, and this is what I mean. I was saying, I love listening to Victor, I love listening to LJ, I love listening to Samir. Everyone has their own story, and everyone's inspirational in their own way. And dude, like the way you project yourself and conduct yourself, no matter what happens to you,
Yeah, exactly.
you know that you're positive.
Exactly.
It's a breath of fresh air. That's why I love streaming with you. That's why I said I've not streamed with you much, and that's why I was looking forward
Yeah,
to
I love
streaming
it.
with
I
you.
love it with you. And one thing also is there, once you are in a thing where there is a positive and negative both. So be that guy, just who choose or who consume that positive thing.
Yeah,
Like let's say something happens, so just be that guy. Stay on the positive note. So some guys are
yeah,
like, oh, why it happened? Why this, why that? So don't be like that, man. Whatever, just be positive.
yeah,
I don't know,
absolutely.
maybe there is some universal thing. If you are positive, you attract that thing also.
Yeah, 100%. Well, think about it. Like bullies, for example, back in school, back when you're in school, a
Yeah.
bully would who would a bully hang out with? Other bullies.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that. You're not going to see a bully hanging out with the school nerd. The school nerd could be a really nice guy, really smart, intelligent, super kind, super caring, super loving, but he the bully doesn't hang out with him. The bully bullies him. Now, again, there's reasons behind that. There's always psychological reasons behind that. But who does the bully hang out with? Well, the bully usually hangs out with other bullies. And who does the school nerd hang out with? Other school nerds. What are those nerds like? Super caring, really nice, smart, intelligent people. Really nice guys. More times than not, you hang out. Birds of a feather flock together, as they say. So those people who are of a certain kind will hang out with each other of a certain kind. Like-minded people, birds of a feather flock together. It's always the same. Nice people hang out with nice people. Horrible people hang out with horrible people. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, exactly.
Mario saying, as long as you have your health and determination, you will always be able to start and get back even better. I had to start from zero so many times in the past too. It was almost as a cycle. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that will build you, that will transition you in a different person in future. You will look back at yourself, and then you will be thankful that those things happen with you.
Yeah,
So
100%, mate.
let me give you an example actually. So I just secured a payout, my first payout. It was out of nowhere. I just secured some five-figure payouts because some bad habits that I was having in trading, which is of course over risking, over leveraging. And guess what? That thing didn't stay with me for 2 days. I was not even able to keep my payout for 2 days. I put it in broker and just blew it. So if I didn't blew it back in the days, I wouldn't be here, getting comfortable with the risk, trading with confidence and all these things. So I'm thankful that thing happened with me. But back in the days when I was losing money, when that money gone in like 2 days, I felt like shit, man. I
Yeah, I
was
bet.
like, why that thing happened to me?
Yeah, I
So
bet. I
as I
think Victor's
mentioned,
a fantastic
yeah,
example of that.
as I mentioned, just take everything positively.
Yeah, 100%, mate.
Good things
And
are going to come to you, yeah. Regardless of it, yeah.
like I was saying, I think Rich has a fantastic example. He has a very similar story where he earned a lot of money, but he wasn't ready for that money. You know, he didn't earn that money,
Yeah,
so
that's
it
what
was
kind
soon
of
given
point
back.
I was trying to make. Yeah.
Yeah, it was soon given back. And just like yourself, mate, you know, you earn a significant amount of money, and you blew it. You gave it
Yeah.
all back because, and it you know comes through to
I
Mario's.
didn't deserve it. You can say
Yeah,
maybe that way.
if it left, then it was never yours to be.
Yeah.
Did not serve you from you more for the person you are to become. Do not worry, better will always come. 100%. And
Exactly.
it's the same with relationships. And I talk about relationships a lot because it's relatable to so many people. But if you get cheated on by a partner, now as horrible and as gut wrenching and heartbreaking as that may be, it is just like losing a count. It is horrible, gut wrenching, awful, heartbreaking feeling. So, however, you know, why did that happen? You know, if that person chose to cheat, you know, then he or she was never yours to be, you know, and therefore they will be better out there. You know, they always say something is taken away, or like, for example, something happened in your life because God heard a conversation that you didn't. Now,
Yeah.
I love that saying because what that tells me is if somebody or something, usually more when it comes to people, if somebody leaves my life and I'm there baffled with it. Like if it was contributing factors, a bit different. But if I'm well and truly baffled on what has just happened, I say to myself, it's because God heard a conversation that I did not. And I trust in the process of the universe will give what I put in. You know, so therefore I put in positivity. I try my hardest to be the best version of myself. And therefore the best what I deserve, the best in this universe will attract to me. But sometimes, you know, you got to go through a bit of pressure. You know, diamonds aren't made in the comfort zone. Diamonds are made under pressure.
Exactly. I
Like,
know a few beginners, who are going through tough times. It is hard to deal with this situation, but as I mentioned, have a positive attitude, and these things that we are saying, you will realize this thing once you go through that thing, or once you overcome that thing, or once you grow, then you can relate to this thing in a better way. Right now, yeah, definitely you're listening to us and you might be relating to us like this, these people are talking about. So yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, man. Life does not happen to you. Life happens for you. I like that. I like that. Yeah, life is a perspective, man, and I quite like the philosophical thinking.
Do you
I
believe in destiny, by the way? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
uh,
Again, my battery died, I think.
I think your battery's just died on your camera.
I don't like this
Um,
camera.
yes and no. No, I don't. Now, I'm gonna tell you guys a little bit of the story. Now, I'm not gonna give you too much detail, but I will tell you a bit of a story. Now, me and my brother were on different paths at one point, but we've always been incredibly close. Now, me and my brother we do everything together, absolutely everything together. Now, he went to university, and within a month of being in university, for some random reason, he dropped out. He doesn't know why. He was just like, I just got bored, and I didn't want to. There's just he lost all passion
Okay.
for his subject. He was studying neuroscience, and he was like, it was just boring. It was crap. I went, I was partying all the time, and he's like, it wasn't for me. He just baffled. He just dropped out completely dropped out from it, and I thought that's really interesting. I was joining the Royal Marines. For those of you who aren't from the UK, the Royal Marines are one of the most elite fighting forces in the UK. They're part of the Royal Navy, and I was joining the Royal Marines. Now, for some random reason, I was super fit, super fit. I was passing all the fitness tests, and then all of a sudden, I failed on one pull-up. And I thought, how have I just failed on one? I could do 10x the amount of pull-ups in the gym at home, out and about. I'd go out and on a walk, and I'd just be doing pull-ups on a tree branch. I was super fit. All of a sudden, just failed on one pull-up. I thought, how weird is that? How odd is that? And then and again, something else happened where my brother, I think, was supposed to go away. I was supposed to move. I was considering moving to Thailand. I was looking at moving and not coming back. Then I met my partner. Haven't moved to Thailand. Yes, okay, we're moving to Hong Kong for 5 months, but we're coming back. Every time me and my brother have like separated in our journey, let's call it, something has happened to bring us back. Now, I don't believe in destiny. I believe you create your own destiny. However, I cannot for the life of me explain why me and my brother cannot seem to separate permanently. So maybe there is something in it, but I don't know.
Yeah, you have explained in a very good way. I'm also always like, being the 50-50. I don't know. I don't have any opinion on it, to be honest. It can be not. I'm just gonna do my thing, put my efforts, and I refuse to believe, this way also. Like, if I put efforts in a right way, then I don't think, I think there is only one thing, that is success. Sooner or later, I think this way. I think this type of mindset, all of our viewers and all of you guys should have. I know many of you already have it, but I'm just gonna say it again, remind you maybe, so that you maybe can, rethink about it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Mario saying, loving you guys' mentality, super duper. The people on the live should really pay attention to it and internalize it all. Dude, we speak on not only our journey, but we can also speak about your journey. Like, if you guys talk to us a little bit about what you go through, we can share that experience together. And you almost understand the relatability of everyone that you are around. We've all been through sort of shit scenarios. We've all been through, areas where times have been tough. Dude, like, I remember I had a motorbike and a car at the time, and I had a job. I couldn't afford anything. I had to sell my car. No, I had to sell my motorbike, I had to do something with my car. I can't remember, but basically, I had to borrow money just so I could pay for my car bills. It got messy. I was really flat broke, like flat broke. But because I kept trying, I kept kicking and bashing at that door. Eventually, the door
Yeah,
opened.
that's
Eventually
what
that
I
door
wanted to, you know, say to our viewers, and you just explained with your live beautiful example. Yeah, if you just knock on the doors, one door will open for you.
Yeah, 100%.
That's how I will put it. Just be that guy who knocks on the door. Don't be that guy who are just sitting, waiting for something, waiting for handouts. And even in trading, I remember. Let me give you an analogy on a trading basis. There was a guy, my friend. He is like, I need like $20,000, then I can manage risk in a good way. But when you cannot do it on a smaller account, how can you do it, on a bigger account? So that's how I will put this perspective in trading. I
Yeah,
don't know if I
100%.
made sense or not.
No, that made absolute perfect sense, because you can't replicate on a smaller account what you can on a big account. If unless you can do it on a small account.
Yeah,
Unless you can replicate it, you can't replicate it on either account. So yeah, make sure, and that's why I say to people, it doesn't matter of the size of the account, and that's why a lot of the times on stream, especially if I'm not in anything, I'll do this.
yeah. I think our viewers, you should force yourself to stick to small risk for 6 months on a smaller account. I
Mm,
think then the chance of the profitability will increase. You will build a habit that most of traders cannot build in like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. If you just practice this thing for 6 months, very small lot size, just trade your plan for 6 months, I think you will be ahead 6 years in your journey.
yeah,
So that is one tip that I will give you guys as we are close to the end of our stream. So with that was my last word to you guys. Just focus on small risk. Follow your plan on a small account size for 6 months. I think you will be 6 years ahead in your journey. With
Yeah,
that being said, we are just coming into the stream, guys.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That what a fantastic point to finish on. You know, if you don't force yourself to scale up, even and I'm going to one up it. I'm going to one up it. I'm going to challenge you to do exactly what Samir said and lower your risk completely and risk small on a small account. I'm going to one up it. For 6 months, you must do
Yeah,
that. For
that
another
will build
six
a
months,
brilliant habit.
yeah, for
That will
another
take
six
you.
months,
Yeah,
I want you to keep the exact same risk on that account as you do on your next larger account. Exact same risk, exact same lot size. Let's say you're trading on a 10K account risking 0.25%. I want you to risk 0.25 on the 10K account, but on a 100K account if you scale up to 100K or a 20K or whatever you're scaling up to. Keep the exact same trading risk as if you were on the previous account. Learn to risk small and be okay with the profits and just be okay understanding that everything's a percentage game.
yeah, exactly. With that being
Princey,
said, guys,
you two are a good duo. I think that's a fantastic one to end
yeah,
on.
yeah,
I shall leave you to Samir to close off. Thank you very much for listening to us
yeah.
both, and thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
so much
Samir
for
for having me
everything,
on.
guys. Thank you so much to you also for giving me a company.
Absolutely,
And
my pleasure.
thank you to our viewers also. You watch us, you like the stream, you subscribe to us, and if you are not, please do it. Definitely, we will be coming up with big things in future. And if you're a part of our group, whatever you want to say it, you want to say it that way, then definitely you will benefit out of this opportunity. With that being said, I think that is it, guys. See you tomorrow.
See you later, guys.